I'm reading his shirt, but I'm trying to take it in as like sort of a theme. If I get tired, I'll just look at that shirt and I'll remember. We just flew in from the East Coast for this. I was like complaining to Yoshimi from Ohio. I was like, yeah, I know on the East Coast it's 2 in the morning. I'm like real tired. And then I was like, oh shit, you just flew here from Japan. And then I stopped complaining very quickly. I hope, did you see them play last night? Man, I'm just going to talk for a while since it's 2 in the morning. I remember like we first saw the Boredoms. We're both huge Boredoms fans, which is Yoshimi's old original band or whatever. Oh my god, like I saw them in the early 90s. They played in Boston, and like Yoshimi walked in and we were all just like, she looked like she was like 8 or something, but she just looked like so fucking, she had this crazy hair. She was like this little like, just looked like this was like psychotic. I don't know, just something was weird. Everyone just thought she was the most amazing thing ever. She still is the most amazing thing ever. But she kind of
let's now get the view from Tehran and speak to Zohre Razmi, who's an assistant professor at the Faculty of World Studies at the University of Tehran and is joining us from the Iranian capital. Professor, thank you so much for your time. Some significant developments near the Strait of Hormuz in the last few hours. How does Iran view this escalation? Will this derail the prospects of negotiations?
What Iranians' understanding of this context is that the blockade itself was an act of war based on the international law. And now with this news of the intervention in the Strait of Hormuz, that seizing Tuska or even alarming it to actually having any sort of, conflict that two other different sides are having different narratives on. Still it indicates that we are just going up the escalation ladder. And for Iranians, they understand it that they they take it as this innocent passage toward Hormuz. Having control of the innocent passage is their right, because they don't like to see the across Hormuz to be actually a platform of active aggression against them. And you're comparing it with the United States, that 11,000 kilometers away, so they don't have any rights to have such a presence in the region and have this solid bloc to actually ban others, particularly Iranians, to actually transit in Strait of Hormuz. So I think that it's a very bad escalation and can be a sign that can be added to the military build-up of the United States.
So what
and
reaction can we
also,
expect from Tehran to this escalation as you described it?
Iran is determined, I think, to have retaliations, but the retaliation can have different ways. For example, Bab al-Mandab can be closed as a very actually good tool and instrument to pressure the United States and his allies, particularly regarding that 10% of the energy flow is passing Bab al-Mandab, 40% of
two
the
cars. Hey, Deacon, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you.
Passing there. So I think that it can be one of the choices. And as Iran also already mentioned, it doesn't need even the Houthis to do so. The Iranian missiles can pass 2,000 kilometers and do it on its own. So I think that it can be one of the options.
Now, what about the talks? Is there anything that can convince Iran within the next 24 to 48 hours to attend these talks in Islamabad?
I think that what Iranians' understanding of this situation is, as already also mentioned, the U.S. is not serious about the talks, because just right after Islamabad talks, they started this blockade, and exactly before the second round of talks, they have this intervention with Iranian ships. So at the same time, you see that Trump's rhetoric is still having lots of threats about annihilating the Iranian power plants, about just hitting and striking over Iranian bridges and infrastructure. So I think that the United States still is very ignorant about the psyche of Iranians, that under the pressure they are not coming to concessions and capitulation. And this is something that still the United States is feeling, to actually have such calculation that pressuring Iran may bring change. So in Iran, still it's not concluded that the Iranian team is going to Islamabad or not.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Professor, is Iran going to send a delegation to Islamabad or not?
It's not concluded yet that a team is going or not, but the actually first calculation is that if this blockade continues to exist, maybe the second round can be cancelled.
If the blockade is lifted, will they go?
It is mentioned that it's one of the conditions that maybe the second round actually can be convened.
Okay.
But nobody is certain here because, it's not still concluded.
Indeed, there's a great deal of uncertainty, but there had been some indications that the U.S. may push for a broader framework deal, leaving the core issues, the core sticking points like uranium enrichment and sanctions for later. Would Iran accept such an approach?
I think Iran is not giving up its sovereignty. Talking about any of these conditions, about the enrichment of the uranium, about the control over Hormuz, or any other actually the frozen assets to be released, this is something that needs the United States to be serious and honest to, and having good faith actually is the problem of Americans. If they don't have the good faith, and as I said, you should add it to the compilation of the munitions and the Navy vessels in the region. So these are not good signs from the American side.
So what are you saying? Is Iran on a war footing? Is Iran prepared to go back to war?
Iran is well prepared. I think Iran is actually very much predicting that the United States is deceitful. They are using always, they're frequently using the negotiations as a cover of conspiring military assaults. And now you see that 50,000 troops are on the ground in the region. So there are lots of signs that the second phase of military strikes would begin soon.
Thank you so much for talking to us and bringing us a view there from Tehran. Professor Zohreh Karadzmi from the University of Tehran joining us on Al Jazeera. Well, let's discuss both the security and diplomatic implications of these developments with our guests now from the U.S. In Washington, D.C. is David DeRoche, a professor at the Thayer Marshall Institute, and in Boston, Donald Heflin, former American ambassador and a senior fellow at the Fletcher School at Tufts University. Thank you both for joining us on Al Jazeera. David DeRoche, if I can start with you, how do you view these latest developments in the Strait of Hormuz? How significant is this moment, both politically and militarily?
Well, politically, it's extremely significant because what it shows us is that the Iranian government is factionalized and that the people we were negotiating with were not the people who made decisions. So it was quite striking that you see Tasnim, the official Iranian news agency, putting out a long statement saying that, the strait will remain closed, that the foreign minister has exceeded his brief, et cetera, et cetera. Militarily, it's extremely significant because, quite frankly, Iran doesn't really control the strait. They're just disrupting it. By that, I mean they are not able to, somebody who controls the strait can ensure that whatever shipping they want goes through it. They can only deny it to neutral civilian states. So this is not really a military problem. It's more akin to, say, when an extortionist blackmail, poisons, say, soda cans, and there'll be 4 million soda cans on shelves all around the country. 2 of them have cyanide in them. The only way to solve that really is by you have to take all 4 million cans off the shelf. It's a very low bar to do it. So you have to convince the extortionists not to continue to do this. That requires an extreme military action. The level of effort to disrupt the Gulf is very low.
Right.
In order for commercial confidence to be restored, the Iranian regime has to basically renounce ability to do that, and that's going to take a little bit more coercion.
But as you heard from our previous guests, they're now threatening a counter reaction to this seizure of their vessel, including our previous guest was mentioning perhaps closing Bab el-Mandab. That would be a big escalation, wouldn't it, David?
It would be an escalation. I don't think it would be a big escalation because the Bab el-Mandab effectively is already a risky area. It would be much more significant if it hadn't been rolled out in slow motion over 2 years. So right now, the risk of attack is already baked into the cake by commercial insurers, and the Bab el-Mandab is most high-value cargo already bypasses it. There's an additional fact here, which is the Houthis really are not eager to be involved in this. Their retaliation against Israel and part of this, when Iran ordered its proxies into action, Lebanese Hezbollah went into action. The Houthis have made only a token effort here. They really want to focus on consolidating their control in the areas that they rule over in Yemen, and are not eager to engage in another conflict. So it has some potential, but not a lot.
Ambassador Heflin, let me bring you into the conversation. How do you view these latest developments as President Trump is also talking about sending a delegation, including his vice president, for further talks with Iran in Islamabad?
I think this is just the way this peace process is going to go. It's not going to be one of these where both sides agree to a ceasefire on a handshake and then negotiate a written agreement and the shooting stops the entire time. It's going to be 2 steps forward, 1 step back. This is Trump's negotiating style going back to when he was a businessman. The Iranians have used this style before. There'll be half agreements. There'll be shooting continuing to go on. There will be misunderstandings, statements about the other side not having good faith.
Right.
But at the end of the day, both sides have an incentive to reach a permanent ceasefire, and they will.
But do you think you can negotiate credibly, especially from the American side, when you're seizing ships and threatening infrastructure? I mean, that's only going to harden the Iranian position, isn't it not?
Now, the Iranians attacked an Indian vessel yesterday. There's a little bit of it going on both sides. I'd prefer the neater, cleaner ceasefire process where all the shooting stops immediately and then you work out the details. Given the nature of the two parties here, the Trump administration and the revolutionary government, that just doesn't seem to be the way it's going to go. There'll probably be some shooting going on while the negotiations are still going on. That's not unheard of in diplomatic history. It's not the preferred way to do it, but it can be made to work.
Right.
With the vice president on the way to Islamabad, I think the Iranians at the end of the day will send somebody to Islamabad tomorrow.
David, your thoughts about that? And do you think this ceasefire can be salvaged?
I think the ambassador's on money. I think it can be salvaged, but not as a continuous undertaking. I think that there will be lapses in it. There will probably be retaliatory strikes. I think there may be one tonight, but I think that ultimately we'll see a sort of stop and start ceasefire, and the spectrum will go to more ceasefire rather than less ceasefire.
David, how do you expect the Iranians to retaliate? Will it be just a one-off retaliation action or something more substantial?
Well, that's a good question. So the problem is there's no free press in Iran. Iran controls all the information, so we don't really know how much damage has been inflicted. Based on their capability, if I were the Iranian commander, the first thing I'd do is I would fire as many missiles in as many directions as I could to create the impression that they have a limitless arsenal that hasn't been touched. I would basically attack everything in every direction all at once to show that they have the ability to do it, even if they don't, even if it is more blunt.
Oh my God,
reality.
this fucking
that
guy.
would be my reaction.
All right, gentlemen, let's assume the negotiations will resume in Islamabad and take a look now at some of the main sticking points between the two sides that remain in any deal that's being discussed between Tehran and Washington. Pussy. President Trump wants Iran to halt its nuclear program altogether, but Iran says any such restrictions must be for a limited number of years. Trump has declared the U.S. will take custody of Iran's enriched uranium, while Tehran says that will not happen. Iran insists it will maintain restrictions on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz until Washington lifts its blockade on Iranian ports, but Trump says the blockade will remain in place unless a deal is reached. Iranian officials are demanding sanctions relief and the unfreezing of assets worth $20 billion as part of any lasting agreement. Tehran is also demanding compensation for damages caused by U.S. and Israeli attacks amounting to about $270 billion. Ambassador, your thoughts about these sticking points? I mean, it's unlikely that they would agree on any of this if they meet in Islamabad in the next few days. There's talk about a framework, perhaps, that they could agree on and then discuss these key issues at a later date. What do you think they might come up with?
Most of the key issues are medium to long-term issues, not short-term issues. The first one's the nuclear program. I think that in the end, Iran will negotiate this
guy is so much better than that other guy.
They've learned in the last few weeks that their ability to disrupt 20% of the world's oil supply is their super weapon. They don't really need nuclear weapons, and it's been very
Israeli versus
the main reason they're under sanctions. They really, really want to see the sanctions go away. I think
and I want your mom to stop calling me.
I think that the point about we need for the blockade to stop before the ceasefire starts, whereas the U.S. says we need for the ceasefire to be finally concluded before the blockade stops, that's classic. I mean, you see that in ceasefire and peace negotiations all the time. That'll get resolved by the Pakistanis, who, by the way, deserve great praise for their patience thus far.
David Darash, your thoughts, and where do you see the Iranians showing flexibility on any of these issues?
I think they'll show flexibility. The problem with making a definitive statement is we don't know how much damage the Iranians have suffered because of their control.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, bro. Where does he work for? Thayer Marshall Institute? Yeah, that's a fucking cutout name if I ever heard.
When we saw the deployment of Iranian ground forces, that wasn't to repel an American invasion.
It's so rich too, given the fucking literal military censorship regime operating in your proxy in the region, you fucking scumbag.
That was to keep the Iranians from rising up. So it's possible that the regime may feel itself endangered. If that's the case, they'll be more tractable on all these points. But I think the ambassador's point about the Iranian calculus that, look, the nuclear program
you don't sound too confident about that.
More grief than benefit, and we have our own weapon that is much more potent, easily used, doesn't have the same international opprobrium by disrupting neutral civilian shipping. I think that's a very good insight, and I think that level, regardless of the level of destruction, the Iranians will flow to that the same way that water flows downhill.
Ambassador, your thoughts? The Strait of Hormuz is Iran's biggest weapon today. What do you expect they can agree on with regards to that? Are we likely to go back to the status quo prior to the conflict on the Strait of Hormuz?
I think that the status quo prior to the conflict, yeah.
Go ahead, Ambassador.
No, go ahead, David. Status quo prior to the conflict, I think, yes, I think we can get back there in terms of the strait and shipping. The thing is, Iran's ability to disrupt the shipping is like the sword of Damocles. They may not use it for a year, they may not use it for 5 years, but it's always hanging there ready to be used.
Okay, David, your thoughts about that?
I think that's exactly right. Look, Iran it's kind of like one of these Hollywood movies where, you know, Julia Roberts wears a fat suit in the first two.
He needs to fucking find another insult he can slip in here.
Beautiful at the end.
Why do they invite these people on?
Advantage here that Iran has not really exploited. They've exploited it now, and they realize it's
unfunny, unattractive, fucking unintelligent loser.
Situational power that few other countries have. They don't have to use it. So I think
probably something like that.
I think that they will start to say this publicly as a means of preparing the regime hardliners for a climb down on some of the other things that.
He does what all these fucking Western ghouls do, man. They all like fucking wish casting. They give their answers around what they want to happen, you know, and like when it continues to not happen, it doesn't affect their credibility. So they can just say, "Oh, I think this is going to happen," and it's like, you know, doesn't ever happen. But then they can just keep saying, you know,
they've said were red lines that they're going to have to blow through.
All right,
but they retain that ability.
Let me ask you both before we end, what indicators you would watch in the next 48 to 72 hours to assess whether this spirals further or is controlled. Ambassador.
First, whether the Iranians show up in Islamabad or not. And second, if the two sides can agree on some
so you
sort
could
of
assassinate
concession,
them?
it might have to do with the blockade.
Why would anybody go to the table with you?
The oil tankers, something small to medium sized, just to show good faith and progress.
David DeRoche, what indicators are you looking at?
He's not going to say that. He's going to be like, we need to do maximum fucking Islamophobic. Yeah, see?
I think
Look.
that a targeted strike, for example,
See?
the base and the
Oh, we should just fucking nuke them. What is this, a Mark Levin fan over here?
command and supporting facilities of the speedboats that fired on the Indian Ocean tankers. I think that a strike there would kind of help set
What
the
are you
ground
zooming in
rules
on,
for further
Alta Zero?
negotiations and may actually move the process along.
Thank you both for joining us.
Look. We have to live in the same country as this fucking guy. Isn't that unsettling?
Fantasy and history have come together.
I can't believe
Easy
it.
imagination.
Imagine waiting in line next to him somewhere. God damn. He needs to be in a fucking cage. Oh, Chatterino. I haven't used that. How did that open? It just popped open. I haven't used that shit in forever. Oh, switch that. Okay, so I wasn't going to stream. I had a headache. But then it went away right at stream time. So I was like, alright, it's fucking, that's a sign. It's a sign from the Iranian god. Whoever that is. We never watched the Strokes thing last night. I saw people talking about it today. It was pretty cool. Oh, I didn't say hi to everybody. Hey, Pixel Tonic, what's up? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Nice to see you. What's up? What the fuck, Donnie? Glad you're here. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. Two cars, Dakin already said hi. Booney, what's up? Ooh, some fucking spook. Thayer, his name is, or no. This guy. Some fucking Trump simp. This guy right here. David DeRoche. He belongs in a tiny box. Or he's only allowed out. This guy. He's only allowed out when it comes time for me and his mom to be intimate. Sorry, I need to stop talking about this guy's mom. I'm sure she's wicked ugly. Who else was I at? Booney, yeah, I'm glad you're here. Too old, hey, how's it going? Nice to see you, I'm glad you're here. Louie, nice to see you, I'm glad you're here. Did I miss anybody? Jackbird, how's it going? Glad you're here. Nice to see you. Why isn't this working? That was weird. Will you provide bisexual girlfriends to everyone in New York City? Zoran, no.
You seem like a low one. How's it going? Doing good, man. Doing good. I'm Reggie B, hip hop recording artist based in Brooklyn. And my question for you is: in your time as mayor, are you planning on providing bisexual girlfriends to everyone in New York City?
Dude, I didn't know this was on the table. What the fuck?
No.
Yeah, and this is just what professional streamers do.
Oops.
grocery stores have the kind of kombucha that I like?
You should have said maybe.
Probably not.
You should have said maybe. Thayer Marshall Institute. Like, I don't even know. I don't need to look that guy up. I know he's spooked up. That's how I feel. That other guy, the former ambassador, you know, he's obviously like anti-Iran, pro-US or whatever, but like you can tell the difference between somebody who's like, you know, professionally espousing opinions and somebody who's just, you know, in their civilian life has bad takes. I think. We got a live agriculture show too. That same account who posted the lightning bolt show. It must have been this Open Melody Fest in LA this weekend or a couple weeks ago. And the lineup was pretty good. Lightning Bolt was one of the sickest shows I've ever been to. I saw them in some fucking like 1-bedroom apartment on Grand Street in South Williamsburg. And like it was so fucking rowdy. I remember like I had to, and I'm not the kind of guy that does stuff like this, but like I had to hold the crowd back because they kept knocking the drums over and they'd have to stop the song. So like by the halfway through it, I was like lined up in front of the drummer, just like boxing everybody out. This drummer right here, the guy on stage. It was sick though. Yeah, it was so sick. I don't want to put that on yet though. I want to listen to. I want to listen to this.
What's going on? This is now in the mix with DJ Marxist. Tim Collins gonna get a nice gift certificate to hold through.
Worse than Vietnam.
Tonight, Iran still controls one of the most important shipping lanes on Earth, the Strait of
Yeah,
Hormuz.
it was
its military shut down the strait
the
again
size of this
yesterday,
room,
warning
maybe,
it will remain
where the band
closed
played.
until the U.S. lifts its blockade on Iranian ports. And even as Trump threatens to, quote, knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran.
Oh, fucking Gooners lost? Nice.
Upcoming talks in Pakistan. Our next guest believes the longer this war drags on, the more Iran gains strategic relevance. In his most recent op-ed for the New York Times, Robert Pape writes,
Yeah.
quote, if Iranian
His mom keeps calling me.
persists for months or years, as I believe it may, it will drastically reshape the global order to the detriment of the United States. And Robert Pape,
That Pape? Oh, dude, Pape making the rounds. He's getting the Dr. Zhang, Professor Zhang treatment.
Project on Security and Threats. Professor Pape, it's great to have you on the show. Do the developments that we've seen over the last few days fit into your theory that what we're witnessing, the emergence of Iran as a
City have a tougher schedule?
not a global superpower,
I mean,
but
I'm
certainly
rooting
a
for them,
regional superpower
so they'll
that has
probably
global
lose.
impact because of its, impact on the global economy.
Well, just to be clear, in the
That kid I was
op-ed,
talking about,
explained
Eamon's
the only
new
way to
friend from the
stop
other night,
Iran from
he was a City
becoming the
fan.
fourth center of world power underneath the U.S., China, and Russia.
You keep saying
is
that.
war, is escalation. So what you are seeing is exactly that. I didn't say the U.S. couldn't.
How many more school children will they kill in
or
Iran?
use military force to stop it. When I'm
Start
saying
with that.
we're at a fork in the road, if we pull back and we basically allow Iran to keep the Strait of Hormuz, and that is
You mean
what it is
allow? It's not
strongly
up to you
demanding.
though, bro.
And also it's enriched uranium, which it is strongly demanding. Then Iran will, over
was
the next
it?
year or so, be able to amass the economic strength
Maybe I'll
and
watch
then
it.
the nuclear strength to become the fourth
Yeah.
center of world power, and that would be the natural trajectory.
Yeah, that guy we
What
raided
you're
into
seeing
last
is
night.
that, the world is recognizing it doesn't like that alternative,
and it is using military force, war, to stop that alternative. So many people are saying, why can't we have the ceasefire? Why aren't we? Well, a big reason is this. If you have a choice. Either Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, and we
like Trump very clearly, like there's no way they would have made a deal where they get rid of their toll booth and then Trump is still able to like chase down every ship that drives by and fucking demand tolls from them. Like whatever the fuck Trump was doing to these ships, but like him like chasing down the boats after they had paid the Iranian toll, I guess to steal the toll money. I don't know. They've already paid the toll, so you can't take it from them. That's just fucking piracy, right? That guy was trying to frame it like Iran was somehow in the wrong. It's like, no, you fully are within your rights. First of all, neither country, the US nor Iran, have signed the UN treaty thing. Which is typical, you know, US likes to get other countries stuck into treaties that they themselves don't fucking, ratify. And completely acting above board, and Trump is just doing hooligan shit, and like I don't think that they have the capabilities to continue that, and like they're the ones who want the Strait open. Iran can close it. They don't actually need it to be open. That's you guys, you know.
To that.
Again, too, that's where we'll see the distinction between the people who say this is a covert war on China, right? This is where the rubber meets the road on that, right? Like, are they prepared for a prolonged closure of the Strait of Iran, or are they going to do everything in their power to reopen it? You know, so far it could really still go either way, because it looks like Trump is desperate to reopen it. But then he keeps doing this. Like, I guess he thought he could get away with it. Like, Iran would somehow not call them on it. But pretty much, like, whatever agreement they made the day before was already violated. You know, they made a deal Friday, and then Saturday it was already fucking out the window.
Or we use war to stop it. And
and then they're not going to be able to destroy any of the internal fucking communication channels they have, or transportation channels they have. Like, you can bomb their roads and their train tracks, but they rebuild them. Like that bridge that we saw them bomb, they rebuilt it 2 days later. It was rebuilt. You know, it's not actually that hard to like rebuild things if you're actually trying to. I think like we frequently have shit where it's like it's more profitable to not rebuild the thing so it doesn't get rebuilt, and then they pretend like it's this impossible task. Oh, we can't do it, it's so hard to do. And it's you're making a lot of money in this status quo. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's that part of it too, but it's just, you know, yeah, when you don't have a million different people sticking their hand in trying to get a cut, things go a lot quicker.
Is choosing war, and there's no third choice. There's no, well, okay, let's have another alternative. We could wish there was a third choice, but you see...
Yeah, they just take all the budget that's supposed to go to bridge repair and they give it to buy more missiles.
Today, we're having military force being used to challenge Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz, which is basically proving my point. So this has been validated over and over since I published the piece.
Can I just go back for 1 second and ask you, was this preventable before February 28th when we launched this war? Was there a scenario? I mean, Iran did not have control of the Strait of Hormuz. So at that point, it was not a global power. It was not climbing up the charts of a global
There was no war, and then they started a war.
Mistake by Donald Trump and
of course it was.
Netanyahu, who started this war together. that we now find ourselves in this predicament that you just outlined?
Absolutely. This was a colossal strategic mistake, a predictable strategic mistake. I've war gamed, I've taught for the U.S. Air Force, I've studied these problems for 30 years, published big books on the problems. This is my area. And
yeah, because fucking the federal government, Trump is politically, like, again, like, we had this whole shit when I was a kid.
This is exactly what you would expect.
Like, this whole thing about, like, the president's ability to do the shit that Trump's doing, like, this was a big deal in the line item veto shit in the 90s, right? Like, there's absolutely zero right to do any of that shit. If the Congress allots money to a specific state for whatever program, it has to go to them. Trump can't just decide to, like, cancel the check, you know? That shit is... It's incredible that, like, the Democrats are able to, like, continue working with these guys given that.
As the default outcome, and this war will...
Like I always say though, it's just like there's so much awful shit happening every day. It's like that's almost like the paralysis. It's like, what is the, you know, what do we address?
Colossal mistake than either Vietnam or the 2003 war, not so much because of military casualties, but because of the issue that we're pushing the world's economy over a precipice week by week by week. We're getting closer to that. And the choice is, if we don't use military force, Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, not today, not tomorrow, but a year from now or 18 months from now, which is very close in world historic terms.
Professor Pape, what you just said is a pretty horrifying problem set. There is no good option, according to what you're outlining. What is the least bad option that hopefully could salvage the world economy and stop some of the chaos? Or is this already unleashed, and so the United States is going to have to follow it to its logical conclusion with more
We're pretty far down the road, and I've been explaining for weeks, some on MSNBC, not with you, but exactly what the options are. And the truth is, when we had the ceasefire, people asked me, what should we do? And I said, military containment of Israel and Lebanon. Well, what you saw is the Trump administration literally did that for about a couple days. And then what happened is they refused to follow it up. So we had the military containment of Israel and Lebanon. Trump brought those folks to Washington to have that truce. Even Hezbollah was agreeing to abide by it. And then Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, they're horrified. They don't know what to say.
He shut it right back down an hour later. And then Iran said, well, you're shutting it down. We're shutting it down. And since then, it's been tit for tat up the escalation ladder on both sides. So there were things to do, but every time we come up with an idea, you see, it kind of breaks down. And the reason it's breaking down is not because we can't be clever and smart. We all have these triple-digit IQs now. The problem is not that. The problem is literally the zero-sum nature of power in this situation. Iran is feeling its oats as the emerging fourth center of world power. It sees it's reducing the GDP of Saudi Arabia, UAE by 20 and 30%. Just imagine that. It is deterring Japan from getting involved in this situation militarily. Same with the Europeans. I was just on in Sydney in Australia. Oh my goodness, the last thing Australia wants to do is stick their nose in this because...
Yeah, this is going to hurt Australia at first.
So what you're seeing is the more this goes on, the more Iran is feeling its oats, and then the choices that America has more and more are increasingly military in nature, and they're not actually that effective.
Professor Pape, I wanted to ask you briefly about what China's role has been, or what China's role will be coming out of this. In part because China was expected to be hurt the most in many ways from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, from this war, because China gets so much of its oil from Iran. And instead, if you look to analysts like those at Goldman Sachs, they say that China will actually be less scathed economically
no.
than the United States will.
It's gonna be them. Like, it's so ridiculous too, because it's like, it's gonna be the countries that are most up for grabs, the countries that like the U.S. has been trying to convince to take our side in some potential conflict with China. It's like the island chains. It's like all of those countries are the ones who will disproportionately be hurt. It's like, if somebody convinced Trump to do this, like, oh, it's gonna be great, like China's gonna be so fucked, like, so not good. It's like, just like typical though, right? It's like them alienating allies and potential allies. It's like unreal. Like, you're gonna start this fucking international global war, and right before you do it, you make sure you like systematically go through and piss off not only the like local populations of every country, but like the political class too, the people who previously you had in your pocket.
I just had a gigantic event with Kurt Campbell, the Asia czar for the Democrats.
Kirk Cameron?
What this conventional wisdom that's been reported in the media has
Philippines,
been
Myanmar, Thailand, like all these countries.
Actually thought China was going to be hurt. Now you're getting the expert. But I spent those 2 weeks with BYD, with Xiaomi, with Alibaba, with the leading industries, and what the business leaders told me was, they might lose a percent or two of GDP, but the bottom line is America will be so hurt by getting into another quagmire, their days of rising will go faster. And so, yes, there's a little bit of problem for China, but this has been way oversold here to the American public. And that's why China is actually, what China's doing is they're playing a role of moderately helping Iran control the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think they want a nuclear escalation, so don't get me wrong. I think there are limits to this. But at the end of the day, here, what's really happening is I think that there's just been a gross misreading of this, and I just don't think the good people have been engaged here. And I don't just mean me. I mean, where's been Kurt Campbell? When was the last time Kurt Campbell has been on? Just get him on. I think you'll see. The Asia czar for the Biden and Obama administration has had a pretty clear-eyed view of this, and I just don't think that, and now you're seeing J.P. Morgan. Where are they getting that from? They're getting it from the people who know.
Professor Robert Pape, I've long been a fan of your scholarship, and I'm so happy that you finally got to come on the show, although I wish it were, happier circumstances, so thank you.
Oh, for sure, but it's never happy with me, but thank you so much for the opportunity to
explain. Up next, every war.
That lady sucks. Is Trump purposely trying to humiliate JD Vance? Kind of seems like it, doesn't it? Does Hassan have a video every day that's like, America's done? Every day. I don't want to watch.
The pressure to relax, it was just too much
for did I say hi? Bourbon, welcome in. Glad you're here. Nice to see you. Rialan, welcome in. Glad you're here. Nice to see you. Would Destiny issue shocking apology to leftists? I don't want to watch that. Let's watch this real quick.
That that shampoo tailor name. That might help. Yeah, the horse shampoo. The horse shampoo, yeah.
Alright, so we've got a pretty hilarious clip here from liberal streamer Destiny. It looks like he's like giving an apology to what appears to be like towards leftists or progressives in this clip here. Now, Destiny ended up deciding to take this really strong stance against Palestine and being pro-Israel, even to the point where I think he was basically advising the IDF to stop taking videos of like the bad stuff that they do, because it gives like you know, bad PR or whatever, which is honestly insane. But what Destiny does is he always gets extremely entrenched in these specific positions at these very pivotal moments against the left wing. So it was George Floyd in 2020. I think it was Kamala Harris before that in the primary. Like, he always chooses these kinds of specific things to jump on. For whatever reason, he decided to really go down that hill, like really, really strongly. But here he's reacting to a clip. Tim Miller here, who's like a Republican who's kind of turned liberal, he's pressing Josh Gottheimer on how he could still be supporting what's going on in Iran, obviously with the Iran war. And Destiny's going to start taking like a pretty different tone. It's going to be pretty interesting. And I do wonder if it's the case that now that Netanyahu is more associated with Trump, if he's going to turn to kind of potentially being more critical of Israel and that kind of stuff. So we're going to see, check out this clip from Destiny apologizing to progressives. Pretty funny.
Is there a greater threat to the American people than Donald Trump getting us into this war? You think the Iranian mullahs are a greater threat? You are more scared of them?
The Iranian government poses a massive...
Iranian mullahs.
I'm sorry.
Iranian mullahs.
Has posed a massive threat to the United States.
I'm sorry.
Do I think that Donald
I'm sorry for this. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Josh. I'm sorry. I need to see the APAC money to this guy. I gotta see the APAC. I need to see it. Where do I see how much? Who's donated money to this dude? I'm not buying. There's no shot. This is an unbelievable. Where do I see it?
Dude, Gottheimer?
How do I find all of his contributions? Campaign finance summary.
Not sure. Come on, Streamlabs. Just tell us the truth.
Dang, holy shit.
Stop lying. We can take it.
These are expensive races.
Look, I'm looking forward to playing in the championship. I you know. It'll be fun. Assuming we come back up in a year. I don't want to stay down there more than a year, but a year would be fun.
Well, back to the thing we were talking about? No, obviously not, and I said that.
Yeah, obviously not. So why would we trust him to do something if we know he isn't going to handle it well? Well, this is a very high-stakes situation. I don't think anybody, you know, the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed.
We've got the best general, because it's not just Donald Trump that runs this. We've got the best generals in the world and the best military in the world.
Oh my God, Gottheimer, you piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, it's absurd. Why would you let a guy that would tweet that be in charge of a war where American lives are at risk?
Well, because who's going to be? We have a commander-in-chief. That's his job.
Oh my God! Oh, what is happening to my country? How did we get here?
What is happening? What are you?
How did
Oh my God! You've been fucking moving the runway for them.
It's not entirely clear, but I think this is one of the features of kind of having a presidential system. It kind of drives people towards two different sides. So I do think that now that Netanyahu and Israel is so closely tied to Trump, I'm not sure. I was thinking about this too. I was kind of like, does Destiny hate lefties, people like Hassan or Vosh or Kyle Kalinske or whoever? Does he hate those people more, or does he hate Trump more? Because he hates both of them very deeply, but I'm not exactly sure which one.
He's only paid to hate the lefties.
You can see his tone kind of shifting. The reason why he's saying, you know, I'm sorry I have to do this is he feels as though he's giving into what, you know, progressives say is that there's all this APAC funding, there's this like pro-Israeli funding. I've seen clips of him basically where he's super skeptical and there's not really like Israeli money coming in, or maybe the caveat is, oh well, it's still Americans but just for Israeli interests, like that kind of a thing. So I think it almost seems visceral. His response almost seems very visceral and almost like he can't contain it inside of him because he has this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he would normally be smart enough to not mention it because he knows.
Remember when someone had told him about Mossadegh being overthrown because of the oil nationalization? He's like, you know what, you're a progressive. He said that, and so it must be the opposite. That's what he said. but he just brings it out, and so you could see the turn here. Oh, the only other thing I remember is I think he's kind of his way of like mediating his position on Israel-Palestine is to say, yeah, there's some settler violence in the West Bank, and then when he got into his beef with Ethan Klein and everything, he was like, oh yeah, you know, your wife took part in a raid in the West Bank. That's like another big thing. Anyone from Israel is like in the military, and so like the stuff that they did, like you have no idea. Like that person that you think is just like an Israeli, like they might have gone in and like kicked a 5-year-old girl out of their house.
That's what I mean, dude. I don't feel comfortable living near these people.
So he's down to use anything against somebody if he hates them enough. And so I think Destiny could potentially kind of start a slow flip here. I'm not exactly sure what's going to end up happening, but I think ultimately this is kind of like a big sign of a presidential system plus mixed with Destiny.
Is there more?
Kind of personality and the way that he operates, where genuinely, I mean, if Destiny hates you enough, I think he doesn't care. He'll end US or Israel and she couldn't answer and that kind of thing. So AIPAC is hugely impactful in these races. Less so AIPAC at the presidential level, but what's up?
No talks, no negotiations. Iran clearly had its position very straight with the United States, and we had more elaboration today coming from senior figures in the Iranian delegation who participated in the talks. One of them was Muhammad Baqir Qalibaf. Let's listen to what he had to say.
A mouthful.
ولی من اینجا یه نکته رو میخوام بگم. اصلا اینجا بگیم وارد بشم. این به معنی این نیست که ما در قدرت
It doesn't mean that we are militarily stronger than the US.
دو تا چهار تاست.
That's basic math. It's obvious that Americans have more money than us. I don't know if that's obvious. More resources. Many crimes around the world because their approach has always been aggression. They have more experience doing aggression. The Zionist regime, which is their servant and operative in the region, works for their interests. We saw in the previous war, they even mentioned that during the previous US administration, they said if Israel didn't exist, we would have to create an Israel in the region today. Their gendarme to carry out its mission must have significant power. And here our dear people say that we destroyed them. No, we didn't destroy them. We need to understand this. We consider ourselves the winners of this war, and we were able to... Look, here's the important point. We must understand that equipment, resources, and money play a role in war and victory. That doesn't always happen. We fought them in an asymmetric war in such a way that with our own planning and preparation, the enemy had certain capabilities, but they didn't use their planning and resources effectively. When I say they make strategic and tactical mistakes, this is what I mean. For example, look at how they misjudged our nation. Similarly, they make mistakes in their military planning. It's become Israel's number one as they make decisions based on false information and flawed planning. This is the point I want to make. This guy's kind of boring.
ما در واقع همه قدرت نظامی اونا رو نابود کردیم بریم بقیه‌اش هم نابود کنیم مذاکره نکنیم من اینجا میخوام بگم به این موضوع توجه کنیم
We've had more information that the United States tried to remove mines from the Strait of Hormuz that Iran laid, and that was a big failure. It didn't really work, and more people were doubting the United States' capability to remove these mines. As a matter of fact, that's why Iran expelled 2 American warships from the region They were clearly attempting to do something to remove the Iranian mines, and Iran said no military vessels are allowed, no military equipment, no nothing, before, when it was temporarily open, the strait. And now they are not allowed to go in whatsoever, nothing connected with the US and Israel. And then the Strait of Hormuz situation, when Iran said it went back to its original state before the ceasefire, that means it's open, but for
non-aggressors.
Israeli American aligned ships. That is the
pretty reasonable demand.
Not allowing them to move in. Where does the EU role come here, and why does Trump need some European countries in this? Because some European countries have advanced technology in removing mines, some say more than the United States, and he needs their support. Now, we've been hearing some more European countries talking about securing the passage, securing the safety. They didn't say a word about the US and Israel killing Iranian schoolgirls. But you know, when Iran does something with the strait, yeah, we need to secure it. Okay, is that the typical European cover-up that is coming to play the dirty work of the United States and the Zionists? Are they preparing something to help them? We had a recent statement by the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, who was the VP of the European Commission. She posted this on X. Let's have a look. Under international law, transit through waterways like the Strait of Hormuz must remain open and free of charge. This is what leaders made clear in their call on reopening the strait today.
Not during wartime.
And any pay-for passage scheme will set a dangerous precedent for global maritime routes. Iran has to abandon any plan to levy transit fees. Europe will play its part in restoring the free flow of energy and trade once ceasefire takes hold. The EU's Aspide's naval mission is already operating in the Red Sea and can be quickly strengthened to protect shipping across the region. This could be the fastest way to provide support. We can clearly see the comment section here, led by Daniela Modus-Cutter, saying, "Shut up. Iran has every right to protect its territorial water. Where is international law for the people of Gaza and Lebanon that are being bombed and ethnically cleansed from their land? International law is for all or none." Very clear. And there was also a statement coming from Iran too, a very interesting one, as a matter of fact, when the Iranian Ismail Baqai, who is the head of the Center of the Public Diplomacy and the spokesman for the Foreign Ministry of Affairs, who said the following. Have a look at this. Oh, international law, the one that the EU dusts off to lecture others, while quietly greenlighting a US-Israeli war of aggression and looking the other way on atrocities against Iranians. Spare the sermons. Europe's chronic failure to practice what it preaches has turned its international law talk into peak hypocrisy. No rule of international law forbids Iran, the coastal state, from taking the necessary measures to stop the Strait of Hormuz being used for waging military aggression against Iran and unconditional transit passage in Hormuz. That fiction sailed the moment US-Israeli aggression brought US military assets into the Strait's backyard. So the EU is being grilled, rightfully so, because of their, continued cover-up of all of the atrocities of Israel and the United States. What does the United States have to do in that region anyway? And they are preparing, in a sense, to legitimize some sort of a participation. Okay, they're saying after a ceasefire, the ceasefire takes hold, the ceasefire isn't really taking hold that much now. We're clearly talking about something very fragile, very sensitive. If they do, could that be a move to justify a move after it? with full participation from Europe? Maybe. It would be suicidal, but hey, maybe. Because now clearly the United States is deploying heavily. As a matter of fact, there was some additional recent deployment in the
power outages.
Diego
I didn't see anything
Garcia
about that.
base that is jointly managed by the United States and the UK. The deployment includes 2 Arleigh-Burke-class destroyer, one Independence-class littoral combat ship, one Bob Hope-class vehicle cargo ship.
Bob Hope class?
Also assets that were visible from this and other images, 4 KC
What up, Milo?
135
Welcome in.
Stratotankers,
I'm glad you're here.
1 P-8A Poseidon MPA, 1 C-5M Super Galaxy heavy lift transport, 2 C-17A Globemaster 3 strategic airlifters, 1 C-130JH tactical transport, and multiple fighter jets. All of this deployment is in the Diego Garcia base that is again managed jointly by the United States and the United Kingdom, which indicates again that they're planning for something.
Help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United Kingdom.
Very, very fragile. Now, this situation is becoming a total embarrassment for the United States, especially with the clarifications that are coming from the Iranian side with the delegation. They're clearly stating what happened on the negotiating table. They're telling them that they're moved by Israel. We have all of this evidence. Netanyahu stating that they have been briefing him. But there was also a revelation that was digging at Donald Trump when a radio call that was recorded by the Iranian side and a conversation that they had through the Strait of Hormuz was published. Let's listen to what was included in that chat.
This is Iranian Stefan calling on channel 16. Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We will open it by the order of our leader Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot.
We will open it by the orders of our leader Imam Khamenei, not by the tweets of some idiot. That is what the ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz are listening to when they are
they good people?
Trying to pass. That is the reality of the situation on the ground. But in terms of military, in terms of the war and the prospect of that happening again, we just had a very stark warning coming from Iran that if the United States would resume the war against Iran, this time it could be a global war. Let's listen to a recent statement that came from the Iranian commander, Brigadier General Muhammad Reza Naqti in this video.
اگر بخواد دوباره ادامه پیدا کنه این جنگ جهانی بشه، یعنی لایه‌هایی که هستن که قراره که این کارا رو مدیریت کنن روز به روز اینها حضور جدی‌تری پیدا می‌کنن تو صحنه و
کما که نه در موضوع نظامی، در موضوع اقتصادی و بحث تنگ هرمز تأثیر جهانی خودش رو گذاشته.
نشون داد. روی محاسباتشون همه چیز غلط بود. مثلا میگن آقا تصورشون بود که موشک‌های ما تمام میشه. ما دیگه نمیتونیم تولید کنیم. خب شما نتونستید جلوی غزه رو بگیرید. غزه 360 کیلومتر مربعه. ایران 1,780,000 کیلومتر مربع. شما اونجا با چشم غیر مسلح از این در غزه که بایستی اون بر غزه رو آخرش رو می‌بینید. ساحل دریا رو می‌بینید. اونجا رو نتونستید کنترل کنید. زیر همون چشماتون موشک ساختن. حتی تا یه سال بعد از شروع موشک
that's true. They couldn't even control Gaza.
کنترل کنید مثلا چند تا سایتی که زدید موشک نسازه. من به شما قول میدم اگه جنگ رو دوباره شروع کنم موشک‌هایی که بزنید که تاریخ سریالش و شمارش مال اردیبهشت 1405 باشه.
Very clear coming from Iran. If this war resumes, we could be talking about something that would be a global war. Iran will be using some of the missiles that it produced last month indicating that they were continuing the production, not that they ran out of the previous missiles, but the production capability is still continuing. That is something very important. We've had multiple confirmations and statements from Iran that the production capabilities, and on the ground it has been proven, the production capabilities were exceeding the usage capabilities of Iran, whether it's to do with the drones or the strategic missile capabilities. And that is something very significant and an equation-changing situation with Iran and the United States that is clearly running out of many of its missiles, likewise with Israel. So a global war, can it be actually a global war? Firstly, with Iran, in essence, we're talking about a deployment that could lead to a wider war. The war itself was already beyond Iran's geography. It was already a West Asian war. Iran immediately broke all of the barriers that were considered to be red lines before, that the United States and Israel didn't think Iran would cross, but because they crossed black lines in Iran started to target every American asset regardless of its position. Rightfully so by international
Thanks for following.
They are entitled to attack
NHKDHG.
attacks that come against them, especially in the form of American installations and assets that are used to commit these war crimes against Iran. So it was already not in Iran only. American bases all across the Gulf were attacked. Israel was attacked. A British base in Cyprus was attacked. And Iran said that if this resumes, it could be even more. Towards the end of the war, Iran said that it could also increase the scope of attacks, which could indicate that the Mediterranean would be included this time. Attacks on the Israeli ports, for example, or attacks on ships linked with the US and Israel in that area through the Lebanese resistance or the Yemeni or Iraqi resistance. It doesn't necessarily have to be Iran directly. And the fact that if the war resumes, all fronts will be open. That is something very important. If all fronts are going to be open, then the scope of attacks and the capability of these attacks will be much greater. Is it going to happen? That is the main question here out of all of this. And is the United States going to be in a situation where it would make the mistake of attacking Iran again? Based on how things ended in the war of aggression and Iran's true promise for, it's not in the favor of Israel and the United States. It has been a strategic defeat, both for.
Yeah.
The Iranian armed forces just confirmed that the United States indeed attacked an Iranian ship and that a response is coming against the United States forces in the region. This is coming very shortly after Trump was boasting about an operation that the United States conducted against an Iranian ship. This was the statement that came from Iran. US commits maritime piracy, attacks Iranian commercial ship in violation of the ceasefire. So we must note here, this is considered a violation of the ceasefire from Iran, to which Iran will be responding. And there was a statement from the central headquarters of the Khatam al-Anbiya HQ. The spokesperson for the Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters said on Sunday night he condemned the criminal operation by the US Navy and said the following: the aggressor United States violated the ceasefire and committed maritime policy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters of the Sea of Oman and landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the vessel, disabling its navigation system. That was mentioned by Lieutenant Colonel Ibrahim Zulfaqari. And he continued, We warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond to this armed piracy and retaliation by the US Army. The United States troops launched the unprovoked attack on the Iranian container ship Tosca, as confirmed by Donald Trump, which was peacefully sailing from China to Iran through the Gulf of Oman. In an immediate response, Iranian forces struck back, according to this confirmation. Several American military vessels in the area with drone attacks. So there was already an immediate response, but not the response that Iran and the HQ is talking about. We're clearly going to see another response based on these developments. US President Trump was boasting that the largest military force in the world had this operation against Iran, and now we have a confirmation from Iran that they will be responding. So what is going to be the response, and what is going to be the American response to this response? Firstly, to elaborate further, we're talking about a situation here where Iran is considering this a violation. This is no longer some sort of a stunt or anything. A blatant violation of the ceasefire requires an immediate response from Iran. That immediate response came, but that's not what the Iranian Army HQ spoke about. They will be having something potentially at the same level, which means an attack on an American ship. This is what we're likely to see, either an American asset or an American ship. If the source of the attack of the United States of America against this Iranian ship came from a different location, expect an attack on that location. However, seeing as Iran, from its statement, confirmed that the United States Army and the United States Navy Marine terrorists, as Iran labeled them, have conducted this operation against Iran, we are expecting a targeted operation against them, either the operating group or the American destroyer or Navy ship that participated in this. If they have indeed reached the shores, for example, and these shores are in one of the Gulf countries, expect an attack there, because the United States says that they seized the ship. If they seized the ship, then they took it somewhere. They're not just going to be roaming around with it in the sea. They disabled the communication system, an act of piracy, and they're probably going to take it somewhere, one of the Gulf countries in the region. Iran will respond most likely to that location. How is that going to affect the negotiations? There are scheduled negotiations. Trump said that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff will be in Islamabad on Tuesday. Reports that J.D. Vance is going to be there soon.
They need to calm the markets on Mondays. I don't think the market actually
would go to Pakistan.
I don't think it actually is calming the markets. I think it's just giving the Wall Street traders something that they can point to. You know? I think that's all he has to do. It significantly lowers the bar for Trump. He doesn't have to actually do anything credible. He just has to like get Wall Street to pretend that his moves are credible.
As well, Iran, however, did not confirm that it will be participating in these negotiations so long as there are these American threats against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So unilateral talks, of course, won't work. You need another side. But the United States was having these stunts against Iran very arrogantly and ridiculously as well, because they sabotage any prospect of reaching an actual deal. They have learned so far that Iran is not a country to be messed with. Trump didn't like the fact that Iran is charging now the tolls, and they are in effect in control of the Strait of Hormuz. The United States suffered tremendous losses on top of its military and asset losses during the war. We're talking about corporate losses in the hundreds of millions because of this. And if you want to combine any additional damages to the economy and everything, we're probably going to be talking in billions only from the corporate side rather than the military side, as in billions in economic trouble. If we want to add the stock market, it's much more than that. Therefore, this approach with Iran wasn't working. Trump decided to have this hostile move. If Iran is going to respond with a heavy attack, that might be the excuse that Trump would have been looking for to go back to the war, potentially with Israel in full force against Iran, and all of the talks and the ceasefire officially collapses, and there is no need to talk in Islamabad because the talk will be in the battlefield.
Right now, misinformation spreads
My sword
faster
do
than
the talking.
facts, especially on the most sensitive global stories. NVP uses uncensored AI analysis to verify the most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. Instead of guessing who to trust, you can see structured verification.
The main beneficiary of this whole Iran aggression, at least in this thing called the podcast world, is going to be Tucker Carlson. He said it was going to be a disaster. Now, everything else he said is going to become the received wisdom.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about something that you've been outspoken about, which is the framing of what's happening in Iran as the result of Israel having tricked the United States. And for some recent examples of this, so you've
I mean, there is no United
Kent,
States.
who, as you pointed out, kind of has a Clark Kent look to him. He's Trump's former director of the National Counterintelligence Center. He resigned, and I just want to show read two
Ground news,
sentences
yeah,
of
I
his
guess it
resignation
is.
letter. President Trump, after much
I forget what they're called
reflection,
already.
decided to resign from my position as director of the National
Look, I need them to sponsor their stream, whoever the fuck they are. I'll remember your name if you sponsor the stream.
Support the ongoing war in Iran.
New ground
Iran
news.
poses no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby.
He also said in that same letter, if my memory is right,
Throw that back
that
up.
the 2003 war, he definitely said the 2003 war was orchestrated by Israel.
Well, and I'm sorry to interject, but here, Katie, he says
Dude,
here, the closest I can
you're giving
find
them too
was
much
this
credit.
was a lie, and it's the same tactic the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq
Exactly, yes.
war.
It's not that long, so I'm going to read more of it. I support the values and foreign policies that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted in your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars.
Joking.
You demonstrated
Dude.
this by killing Qasem Soleimani and by defeating ISIS.
Oh yeah, dude.
No, actually not really, because Soleimani was helping defeat ISIS, and also that only avoided war because the Iranian government was so restrained in their response to the disgusting killing of Qasem Soleimani. Who I
I thought this was a new interview. This is the same shit we saw last week.
Okay. Early in this
Norm has got a couple books he hasn't read on that subject.
Hello, Flush Simulator here. I'm back. I took my.
Didn't this guy crash out real big?
I guess whatever the opposite of a sabbatical is, where it was like I went and did something way more stressful and worse and more annoying for like a month, but still didn't make any money. Now, it brings me no pleasure to do this, but I must humbly implore you
A read through
to
for
please
random
make
things
sure
you
that
use.
You have liked and subscribed and clicked the notification bell.
I mean,
The reason for this is that this
other
makes
than
the
Claude.
number more. Today we're doing a full tour of Dayu.
Big
the
Claude
Chinese
apologist.
You know that when you get heaven and it's Chinese TikTok, the one where it's like, oh, it's great, I just didn't expect it to be Chinese. This is the same, except for it is Chinese hell. Or more specifically, the 18 different Chinese hells.
No, oh, really?
This isn't exactly fire and brimstone Christian hell. This is bureaucratic, tailored, Chinese, you get exactly what you deserve, purgatory, with a side of
Really?
industrial meat grinder. You mean a lathe? So, quick overview before we dive in. The Chinese afterlife is less of a eternal damnation and more of a karmic timeout route. You die, your soul gets dragged to the 10 courts of hell, where 10
Don't go in the death
kings,
traps.
basically like pissed off middle managers with crowns, judge you using this magic mirror of retribution that replays every shitty thing.
Has Norm even read Past to
If your
Persia?
good deeds outweigh the bad deeds, straight reincarnation.
Like-
Maybe as a slightly better person. New game plus. If not, you get to go to one of the 18 specialized hell chambers.
like-
For some very creative, very temporary.
Norm's take is more like a 70s Maoist take, which makes sense, you know? It's like, you know, Israel's America's vassal, thus, you know, Israel's not doing anything. Like, I think people, he keeps talking about all these angry emails he gets, and I think he does get angry emails from people who accuse him of being, like, secretly soft on Israel or whatever. And I don't think that's what's going on. I don't think he's soft on Israel. I think he's just, you know, he's got more of like a classical, you know, Maoist take on the relationship between the U.S. and Israel. Which, you know, like, I think it's like that conversation just sidesteps, and not sidesteps is not the right word. It's this different groups of rich people who have different amounts of influence over the government at different times. You know, they own different things. Like, their interests are not 100% aligned. This, like, America, like, whenever you say America does something, you're saying, like, the collection of rich people who are currently in the Oval, you know, have the most influence over the fucking White House. That's who's doing something, you know? So, like, talking about Israel and the US like that doesn't really make sense, right? It's like, you know, the people who are donating the most money to the politicians, that's, you know, that's who's doing it. Whoever that is.
Very painful torture until your sin debt is paid off. And then
30 stream streak, let's go.
It's like community service. But
yeah. Let's watch this. Dude, I don't even want to touch that Palantir shit. It's corporate death penalty.
Outlook, it's this one right here.
They should run on that. They should run on end the wars, tax the rich, eliminate Palantir. Like, erase it from history as if it never existed.
Wonder weapons that Russia also has. It's been a while since I've done a Ukraine wonder weapon video.
You're not even saying it right. It's Wunderwaffen. Okay?
Through this, there's a lot of
Get it right.
familiar themes. It's worth pointing out that while the U.S. is waging its war of aggression against Iran, it's still building up for a confrontation with China. It's waged war against Venezuela.
You keep saying that. I don't know if that's true, though, Brian.
Even as it's doing all of that, it continues.
Have you been watching them fucking faceplant with Iran?
And so it's important to note that the Western media, driven by the U.S. corporations creating these policies in the first place, they're still highly dedicated to perpetuating these narratives and this war that is now approaching 5 years. And so, as always, I'm going to read the article. I'm going to add additional information when and if necessary. I will show you the links that I referenced while writing this article. The Western media has shifted much of its attention toward the most recently launched U.S. war of aggression in the Middle East against Iran, but corners of the Western media remain dedicated to shaping public perception regarding
corporate death penalty.
Global war on
Yeah.
multipolarism.
Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, though that's included.
There's all this talk about ceasefire, peace with
That guy's even more psychotic, the Andrew guy.
if the U.S. really wanted peace with Iran and was willing to abandon its war against Iran, a completely unnecessary war.
Like Thiel's like Bateman, the Anderl guy is more like Trump.
That would mean that it's giving up on its pursuit of global primacy in general, which means it would no longer need to wage proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, or build up its military against China, or continue politically occupying Venezuela, or continue threatening Cuba. But the fact that it continues to do all of these things tells you how empty any sort of peace talk with Iran actually is. So please just keep that in mind.
Doesn't actually mean that.
Failure propaganda formulas continue to be utilized to keep these other older wars raging as the U.S. escalates around the globe elsewhere, including claims
the Hawaiian
of
shirt for
wonder
prison.
weapons given to or developed by Ukraine. And the
Wait, did
reason
Brian
that
get rid of those
these
roosters?
Wonder weapons is not because they actually think they will change the course of the war, which they also always imply Ukraine is winning anyway, but somehow they still need a game changer and to change it, even though they're winning. The point is to give false hope to all the people in Ukraine, to keep them invested in the war.
Make that the bounty hunter, the conscription a little bit easier.
And perpetuating the war, and to keep all the money and resources and sacrifices required from everybody across the West to continuously invest in this war against Russia. So ranging from M777 artillery pieces, do you even remember some of these, to HIMARS, Patriot missile systems, F-16s, and ATACMS, each weapon platform was introduced as a game changer that would shift Ukraine's fortunes on the battlefield, despite the same media also insisting Ukraine was already winning. This article,
Palmer Lucky, that's his name. Yeah, like a Zoolander villain. Yeah.
Is a perfect example. It says,
is this a school for ants?
Like Terminator fighting robots.
Is this a killer bot? Is this a murder bot for ants?
Why do they need hope? Because at the end of the article, they talk about how decisively Ukraine is winning and how Russia has made no progress. They only occupy 20% of Ukraine. They've not made any progress. They're losing 1.2 million of its soldiers.
Is this a death machine for ants?
Why do you need hope in a war that you're already winning? What many of these articles leave out, however, is more important than what they have presented to audiences.
Skynet for ants. That is a pretty good sales pitch, though.
The recent surge in stories about Ukrainian ground robots is now following this familiar pattern. I just suddenly noticed all of these articles all coming out at one time, showing up in my timeline about these
like if you could reprogram Skynet to kill all the ants instead of the humans. That would be cool.
Give false hope. Now, look
I would
at this
support that.
picture very carefully.
Fucking
Do you
ants,
spot
dude.
anything questionable in this picture? It's a graphic
Mantoid agents.
insignia of a certain 1930s to 1940s political persuasion based in Germany. Starts with an N.
Oh, wait, whoa.
So The Guardian, in its article, the front line is like Terminator, fighting robots give Ukraine hope in war with Russia. It's just one of many articles claiming Ukraine is transforming into a center for the development of unmanned weapons, implying unparalleled expertise possessed by Ukraine regarding aerial drones and now ground or land robots. The Guardian insists Ukraine's expertise is so immense that it is highly sought after, even amid Washington's latest war against Iran, claiming Saudi Arabia and Qatar are among several Persian Gulf states that have signed a 10-year defense agreement with Ukraine to, quote, provide them with low-cost Ukrainian interceptors. What The Guardian fails to mention, because again, this is about what The Guardian isn't telling you, what The Guardian fails to mention is the fact that this deal involves technology sharing, factory construction, and localized production in the Middle East.
It has to be at least 3 times as big.
Actual military
It
capabilities
needs to be
for these Persian
praying
Gulf
mantis
states, implying
sized.
that Ukraine itself lacks a surplus in drone production as it struggles on the battlefield against Russia. It means there's no way for Ukraine to produce so many of these. They can actually just send a shipment of them to Saudi Arabia or Qatar and help them in the middle of another one of America's wars of aggression around the globe. Just isn't going to happen. The article is, however, primarily about UGVs, unmanned ground vehicles, similar to UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle, and how they have filled every combat role along the front line, from infantry and engineering to
Yeah, because you
logistics
don't have any
and
soldiers
medical
left.
evacuations. Buried deep in the article, almost at the very end, it makes an admission that, quote, Russia also makes extensive use of ground systems. So they're introducing it as some sort of Ukrainian wonder weapon. They have this unparalleled expertise in this type of warfare. But
Man,
then
just let him cope, man.
inside
Come
the
on.
article, let me show you how deep it is. Here's the top of the article. And we just go all the way down to the bottom. Oh, so you notice anything in this picture? Well, we'll get into that. Right down here. Here's the last paragraph, second to last paragraph, third to last paragraph. Russia also makes extensive use of ground systems. And then they talk about one example, but then it says Ukraine presently has the upper hand in ground robot technology. We have more systems than Russia. The priority is to scale them up, he said, which is almost certainly untrue. Russia has more of absolutely everything. Again, I will get into that here in just a moment. What the article does not say is that Russia is producing many times more unmanned weapons of all kinds, from drones to ground vehicles, in quantities the collective West, collective military industrial production cannot match. Careful readers would have spotted claims within the Guardian article that Ukraine's UGVs are providing hope along the front line in places like the city of Pokrovsk.
Let's do a slight palate
This
cleanser
is
here with
Emma.
Rokana, just because there are some Democrats that are speaking about this war in a manner that actually meets
These
the
two.
immorality of it, is accurate in its messaging, and is where the American people are. He was on with Eamon Molodin last night on MS Now, and this is where Democrats should orient their messaging.
What do you say to people who say the 25th Amendment or impeachment, as we have seen twice before with this specific president when it's controlled by Republicans, that's just not a realistic scenario?
I think you're using things too tactically. You've
Was
been
Emma's
so
birthday?
immune. How about moral
No,
principle?
I didn't.
How about that when a president threatens to blow up other nations, that we have to see some response to saying
She's
that
a
we
cat
have a higher
Abu Ghazal,
moral
the
dimension,
Democrat.
that there's something called conviction in politics, that the lives of the Iranian people matter, that the lives of people in Gaza matter, that the lives of people in Cuba matter, that when Donald Trump is echoing Gallant and calling people animals who live in Iran, that we will be a Democratic Party who says that is morally wrong. And when we don't say that, and when we hide behind
Where's the
proceduralism,
Republicans?
and when we hide behind tactics, and we hide behind the fact that we don't have votes, then what we say to most Americans is we're not willing to fight for
He's
our
right.
vision for America, for our moral vision. You know who is willing
Because
to fight
we
for
were
the
lying
vision of
about it. We don't
America?
actually have
Donald
that
Trump.
vision.
And you know why the Democrats keep losing? Because we don't have conviction in our politics. We don't have inspiration
Because
and
they're
passion
paid
in
not
our
to.
politics. We've got people there 50 years who read the same scripts, put out the same bland statements. Get out. Let a new generation lead. You've been ineffective. The base doesn't like you. The base wants fighters. The base wants people with moral vision. And the only people the base are more upset with than Donald Trump is the ineffective leadership of the Democratic Party to stand up when a president of the United States is threatening genocide.
Very well said. AOC called those comments genocidal too. Of course, the usual progressive suspects are good on this. When he was talking about moral leadership, this clip
that's nice
came
of
to
her.
mind to me because we're seeing Tucker Carlson speak about the immorality of Trump wanting to end the civilization and using very Christian language. He's a Christian nationalist. I think people are starved for some sort of, as Kana says there, moral leadership, spiritual leadership. I think about this answer from Bernie Sanders in 2016 in the race at the town hall all the time, when he was asked about his spirituality. And this is the kind of movement. This is the kind of movement that so many Democratic leaders so cynically believe. Because it serves their self-interest, but that the American public is just too stupid or hateful to fully embrace. But this is how you can reclaim some of the Christian morality that's being used right now by the right to criticize our Israel policy and speak about things like universal human rights?
Everybody practices religion in a different way. To me, I would not be here tonight. I would not be running for president of the United States if I did not have very strong religious and spiritual feelings. I believe that as a human being, the pain that one person feels, if we have children who are hungry in America, if we have elderly people who can't afford their prescription drugs, you know what? That impacts you, that impacts me. And I worry very much about a society where some people spiritually say, it doesn't matter to me, I got it, I don't care about other people. So my spirituality is that we are all in this together, and that when children go hungry, when veterans sleep out on the street, it impacts me. That's my very strong spiritual feeling.
Yes, that maybe wasn't the exact one I was thinking of. There's another one where he says, when you hurt, I hurt. When you hurt, I hurt, right? But, I mean, that served the purpose I wanted to point out anyway. Bernie sincerely believes that, so he can say so. Get the hell out if you are not somebody who can get on board with that message.
I mean, that's the real problem, is these Democrats aren't doing procedure.
U.S. Marine ship attack signals America's downfall. Who's this guy? Chris Norland? Just thinking everybody hurts. Yeah, I saw this. 13 dead scientists. What was he working on?
Now, Donald Corta is an award-winning journalist and broadcaster.
What awards did he win? It's a joke.
And he's just back.
The guy from the founder of Wheelies doesn't necessarily belong on that list.
Reports that you made in Cuba are very powerful. They were, as always. Your stuff always is.
I don't know. Maybe was Wheelies developed in a DARPA lab? I mean, it's possible.
And I've been in Cuba in many, many dark times in the so-called special period after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The land was dark. And according to the normal laws of aerodynamics, the bumblebee can't fly, but it does fly. According to the normal laws of economics and politics, Cuba should have fallen then, but it did not. Is it going to now?
Well, George, first of all, thanks again for having me on the program. I don't think it's going to fall, but there's of course no sugarcoating the situation now. I, of course, was not in Cuba when the special period took place, but I've spoken to a lot of Cubans here in Moscow and also when I was there on the island. A lot of them are comparing the current situation to the special period.
Can I volunteer to be a human shield?
Of course, the halt in Venezuelan oil shipments to the socialist island nation, which of course Venezuela was the main foreign supplier of oil to the island, and so there are severe energy shortages.
It's like
there are gas shortages too. Unfortunately, garbage is being left on the street uncollected.
It's like the definition of imperialism is a lot to do with like exporting capital, meaning like you've got like rentier arrangements in developing countries. Like Russia exports a little bit of capital and a big chunk of it goes to fucking Cuba, and they're desperate for that lifeline. You know, so not all exporting of capital is the same. Like when we do it, it's to like add a toll to your credit card or whatever. When they do it, it's like delivering desperately needed oil, you know, various supplies.
Collected because garbage trucks don't have enough gas to collect it all. Basically, when I was
defending them from like the onslaught.
There are just blackouts for about 22
70
hours out of the day, aside from Havana. But I spoke to a lot of people there, not just of course party officials or government bureaucrats or people like that, but ordinary people on the street. Actually, I'm going to upload some of these interviews on my channel on YouTube soon. Ordinary people who remember what it was like before the Cuban Revolution. Not one of those people that I spoke with said, yeah, I don't like the Cuban government, we need to go back to capitalism. No, these people told me that they're ready to fight any sort of U.S. invasion. They're ready to fight down to the last drop of blood, one guy told me, just like back in the Bay of Pigs when, of course, the United States sent a bunch of Cuban exiles that they trained in a very bad way.
Watch this first.
It was a complete failure, obviously. I actually went to the
He
Bay
was
of
just
Pigs when
there.
I was there. There was no electricity. Lucky I had your book with me, George, the Fidel Castro handbook, because I used that to reference the Bay of Pigs, history of the Bay of Pigs invasion for the report that I did there to compare it to this current situation we have where Trump says that he's going to take the island or that he's liberating it through this embargo that's essentially it's starving people. There's not enough food on the island. There's not enough energy resources. But let's look at what happened last time. I mean, the Bay of Pigs was
that's what I said,
failure,
man.
and the
Yeah,
United States
exactly.
sent, bombers. You know, they didn't just send troops. They sent these Cuban exiles with tanks, bombers. The Cubans on the island defended themselves with almost nothing. They strapped machine guns to training planes and shot down American military-grade bombers. Fidel Castro took direct command of the defense.
They strapped machine guns onto training planes? Really?
They didn't even know how to drive.
That's what Ukraine was just doing. I saw Ukraine was doing that last week.
Right? If the United States couldn't take the island then, I think with the current Communist Party, the current military infrastructure that Cuba has, the United States is going to run into another Iran situation, I think. I think it's going to be a total quagmire for the U.S.
I haven't been to Cuba for some time, indeed, since the demise of Fidel himself. Do you sense any weakening at all of the position of the ruling party, the current leadership? Are they as firmly in command? I mean, it's one thing following Fidel on a Soviet tank. I'd do that. All my children would do that. My mother and father would have done that. Is it still the same in Cuba, is what I'm saying?
Well, I think in terms of what I observed, I think it's not as necessarily, the Communist Party doesn't have as much support, I would say, as it did during Fidel Castro. I spoke to some young people, right? I mean, there's plenty of young people on the island that completely blame the government for everything that's going wrong. They don't buy the line that it's because of the embargo. I mean, it's like that in many countries that face U.S. imperialism, right? There's always going to be a younger liberal population that doesn't really understand the causes of why they're going through the sort of economic hardship that they're going through at the time, and they just blame the easiest people that they can blame, of course, the government. But I mean, even those people, when you talk about Fidel Castro, you know, they won't say that Fidel Castro is a bad guy. They'll say that Fidel Castro had his time, but we need like a change in government or whatnot. But of course, these people are really in the minority in terms of the people I spoke with. It's just more popular amongst young people. But you know, the fact that they told me that, I told them I'm a journalist, right? Just goes to show how Cuba is not some sort of dictatorship where everybody's scared to talk about things. People told me straight up, They don't like the government. You could say that in Cuba. And it's also, you know, it reminds me
How do they not understand the sanctions,
the United States
though?
and the Cuban government right now are
What kind
in
of failing is
discussions,
that?
about the future of Cuba. And Trump apparently wants Diaz-Canel to step down.
What?
Diaz-Canel told the American media, of course not, right?
Why would he
why
step
should the
down?
United States dictate to Cuba what its leadership is? Diaz-Canel is not a dictator. Cuba has a much more democratic system than in the United States.
One of the most democratic
They don't allow
systems
money
in the
to be
world.
Involved in the elections.
Yeah.
They don't allow for political campaigning. People vote for a person in power based on their actual qualifications, which is much more democratic
Good for him.
than the kind of circus show we have in the United States, which allows some guy like Donald Trump to come to power.
Indeed, so let's talk about him. It would indeed be a feather in his cap, which is a clown's
His toupee?
cap, but it would still be a feather.
A clan cap.
If he were to bring about the demise of the Cuban Revolution, how would he do that? I mean, have you any idea what he has
Short
in
answer,
mind
he couldn't.
when he says he's going to knock down the Cuban government?
Well, I think it would be something similar to what we saw in Venezuela, right? The sort of quick, surgical precision attack that just takes out the head of state and sort of tries to intimidate the rest of the state apparatus so that they play nice with the United States. I think that's Trump's strategy basically in all the places where he's trying to initiate regime change, because he doesn't want this quagmire sort of situation like the United States saw in Afghanistan, Iraq. He doesn't want a drawn-out war like that. So I think it would be something, he would try something similar in Cuba. But the thing is, I mean, the Cubans have two advantages now that the Venezuelans did not have when this happened. I think the Cubans understand that the United States wants to do something similar to what they tried to do with Nicolas Maduro. And now they saw also how Iran has dealt with the situation of the United States moving in on them, so-called preemptive strikes on the Iranian government, while they themselves were in the middle of diplomatic negotiations. But the Iranians, you know, they've actually given, they've been a huge thorn in the side of the United States during this operation. And I mean, negotiations are still going on. This whole situation is not entirely over. And it's very likely that the Iranians are going to be able to give the United States a real black eye when they thought that they would end this all quickly. So perhaps the Cubans are studying this situation and they're putting together their own plan of how this is going to happen. Of course, the Cubans don't have, you know, a long-term missile program like the Iranians do. They've been accumulating ballistic missiles for the longest time in preparation for such an operation. The biggest downside of the Cuban situation is the embargo, that they have very little access to, you know, weapons from outside. I mean, they can't even get really medical supplies, which is a huge problem that people... The Cuban medical system is amazing, but without the proper medications or medical equipment, many people go without treatment. So I think if there was to be some sort of attack from the United States on Cuba, it would be it would meet a guerrilla resistance, I think.
Yeah.
Of course, when they did what they did in Caracas, the only people that actually fought them were Cubans. And the Cuban security detail of President Maduro fought to the last man. They lost a couple of dozen, maybe 3 dozen of their people there. When Ronald Reagan invaded Grenada, the only people that took up arms against the American invaders were Cuban construction workers working on the airport, on the airfield. And I myself have seen the graves of the Cuban heroes who gave their lives in southern Africa to defeat apartheid. So the Cubans, historically at least, are no pushovers. they must be preparing for that people's war, are they?
I think absolutely. Even Diaz-Canel himself recently said in an interview, I think it was with MSNBC, that he's ready for war. The country's ready for war, and they're not afraid of a war with the United States. I mean, psychologically, they've been prepared for it for decades. I mean, the United States has always been an extremely hostile force right on the doorstep of Cuba. The embargo was instated practically at the beginning of the socialist island's existence, right? So psychologically, at least, they've had a feeling that they're probably going to come to blows with the United States at some point. But as of recently, I think most definitely they've been preparing. I mean, the Cuban military is organized, right? I mean, the like you said, they're in Venezuela. There were plenty of Cuban operatives there. The Cubans were the only ones who defended in Grenada when the United States attacked. And I think this sort of fighting spirit of the Cuban people continues, and it's because of the tradition of the revolution that people are really still inspired with that in the military age population. I mean, I also spoke when I was there to the director of one of the main biotechnology facilities in Cuba, which, for anyone who doesn't know about this, I mean, the biotechnology sector in Cuba, of course, was a sector that Fidel Castro specifically wanted to invest the country's time and energy into as a way for the country to have a high-tech sovereign industry. And this industry still continues into the modern day. I did an interview with the director of its main facility in Havana, and he said, I mean, the people they still remember the revolution. They're still ready to fight tooth and nail to defend it, no matter
clip is
whether
this?
The Soviet Union is around or not. But the Cuba still considers
It's kept in a vault with the Merovingian lineage of Jesus in the Gray's Yellow Book.
U.S. imperialism ended up. And no matter how poor
Is it gay to jerk your buddy off so the jizz extractors have something to take back?
Well, just so the jizz extractors have something to work with.
But infant mortality is much lower in Cuba than it is in Louisiana. Life expectancy in Cuba is much higher than it is in Louisiana. The standards of literacy and the cultural level of the Cuban people is much higher than it is in Louisiana. I'm not beating up on Louisiana.
Take it easy.
Just in the news tonight after a mass murder of children there.
What? What happened in Louisiana?
The lure of America has never been lower, has it?
That's what I was saying last night. It's like their shit is so visibly fucked up.
To the United States and say, hey, I want to live like they do.
Yeah.
Listen, take it from an American that was born and raised in the United States and now lives in Russia. I mean, when it comes to education and healthcare and all these social services in Cuba that are still of very high quality that the Cubans enjoy, in the United States, we didn't have any of that.
Dude, Putler got his Build Back Better passed.
Hollywood propaganda about life in the United States that even Americans
Biden didn't do shit,
and they understand that doesn't really reflect their own lives. But I mean, this is in reality, if we look at what the actual social situations are between Cuba and the United States, we see the difference between two societies that are motivated by very different factors. The United States is a capitalist society that's motivated by
pedophile-based economy.
On Cuba, it's motivated by raising the
demonic
pedophile-based
economy.
The government is made up of a party that has
it's complicated. You wouldn't get it.
System that's interested in raising the
you wouldn't
living
understand
standards of the people. Preventative medicine, not medicine to make money like in the United States.
They
As a
paid
result
for
of
all
his
this.
alcohol-fueled nights, 6 current and former officials and others familiar with Patel's schedule told The Atlantic. As a sidebar, not normal. I've worked in 2 administrations. Again, back to the quote.
Good pocket watching,
On multiple
Jen.
occasions in the past year, members of his security detail had
Let my man
difficulty
live.
waking Patel because he was
Let my man
seemingly
live.
intoxicated. This was Chris was just referencing.
Come on, you can't party a little bit? Really?
Yeah, let
That's
my
what we're
man
doing?
live.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Oh, a bunch of freaking woke scolds, dude.
Yeah,
what,
seriously.
You can't be the FBI director and get hammered, dude? Bunch of goddamn snowflakes up in this bitch. Oh, hall monitors. Oh, I'm a freaking weenie.
Yeah,
Let my man
unironically
drink.
this.
Let Cash drink.
Yeah,
Cash
let
money,
him
baby.
get fucked
Let him
up.
drink
Let him
and
drunk
then let him
drive. Yeah, let him
actually.
fly the
Let him drink and
helicopter.
drive. I didn't realize that being the freaking director of the FBI meant you can't
Excuse me.
have fun. I didn't realize that the position dictated no fun as a part of the policy. Hello? Yeah, Spider Cash.
But I should note the FBI responded to The Atlantic with a graceful and eloquent statement attributed to Patel, and here's what he said. Printed, all false. I'll see you in court. Bring
All
your checkbook.
false.
Graceful, eloquent.
All false.
Okay. Joining me now is the reporter who broke that story, staff writer for The
Oh man, you're going to jail, lady.
Realist, if that's what he responded with. Because he didn't say, I'll see you in Valhalla.
First of all, Sarah, I'm
See
so
you
grateful
in
you could be here.
Valhalla.
We saw this story
Stop
and we
flask
reached out. We were
watching.
like, "Can
Yeah,
you come
dude, it's
talk
my
to us about it?"
flask.
And here you are.
Good.
I want to talk to you about all the details of this bombshell report. I just skimmed the
Flask
story.
watching.
The surface there, I should
Quit
say.
watching my
Also,
felony
bro, she got
record.
9
Okay.
sources. What the are you talking about? That's insane. It's
It's
not
got
like
Cash
one
Patel
anonymous
defenders.
guy
Ken
revealed this
Klippenstein
to
fans
The Atlantic.
defending
It's
Cash
over
Patel.
at that point. What do you mean?
I just want to give you an
The
opportunity
Clips
to respond
Army
to this reaction to your
defending
piece.
Cash Patel to
Patel's advisor,
Valhalla.
Erica Knight, called your piece fabricated stories. She said that every serious DC reporter passed on. Sarah Fitzpatrick and Jeffrey Goldberg printed it anyway. Lawsuit is being filed. What do you say to that?
I say that I am a very careful, very diligent, award-winning investigative reporter.
Award-winning
You don't even say
investigative
that. You can just
reporter.
say clearly everyone around this person absolutely hates, absolutely despises Cash Patel, because how are you gonna get 9 agents? That means people hate his ass, bro.
I'm not surprised in any way by their response. I will say, and you, as you said, you note, and I noted 9 sources for the opening anecdote of the story as well. Let's get into some of the details about this, because
Dog, 9 sources is a mutiny. What are we talking about? 2 is enough for confirmation. 9 means everyone in the agency's like, bro,
Yeah,
what
they
the
fucking
is
don't
this
like
guy
him,
doing?
huh?
1 source, I'd be like, okay, who knows, right? 2 means it's confirmation time. 3 is you're solid, you're reliable. 9 means they were running around telling the janitor that we gotta get this guy out of here. That means literally people in the FBI were running around being like, please help us. That's insane. It's also so funny because Cash Patel is the one guy that is the least convincing man in America. As you guys know, I've talked about this quite a bit. Like, this is the type of story that absolutely makes sense about Cash Patel because he's so demonstrably incompetent on camera too. It's not like this came as a surprise to you, right? It didn't come as a surprise to me. I didn't hear about the story and went, oh my God, not my Cash Patel. I didn't go, wow, that's really alarming. I mean, he is such a consummate professional otherwise. Very shocking new revelation about Cash Patel. Who else in this administration is supposedly living a dual life, a real Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation, right? No one is saying that. They're like, oh, that makes so much sense, actually.
Patel's excessive drinking seems to be what is alarming a lot of the sources in here. There are multiple anecdotes that refer to that. That's understandable. They're moving meetings. People couldn't wake him. What more have you heard about the extent of his drinking habits and how it seems to be affecting his ability to serve as FBI director?
I think the key point is that
Flash
this is
watchers.
happening in places in which it is public. There are lots and lots of people around who are seeing it, who are hearing about it, who are learning about it. For example, we have video of Patel chugging a beer to excess. on video.
Whatever.
We've all seen it. Everybody's seen it.
The hockey team.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Oh my God, that's right. He literally took the FBI PJ with his girlfriend to Italy to chug beers with the hockey team. Oh my God. There's also video evidence of this kind of behavior on the job, mind you.
That pattern, which is giving everyone pause. These are not one-off events.
Look at him. I'm sorry. Does this seem like the behavior of a guy who's a alcoholic?
The excerpt I just read, just to remind people, a request for breaching equipment normally used by SWAT and hostage rescue teams to quickly gain entry into buildings was made last year because Patel had been unreachable behind locked doors, according to multiple people familiar with this request. I find that, I mean, I've traveled with
sorry, I didn't realize it was illegal for dudes to rock. Yeah. God forbid men have hobbies. Yeah, this is the DEIHR. This is exactly why Kamala Harris lost. Yeah, I'm sorry. Legalize being cool, please.
I think the really most important thing here is that most national security officials at this caliber, or even several layers below, those types of people sleep with their phones on their chest. They are so concerned because they need to be reachable immediately because there are life or death decisions that have to be made quickly. They are made.
Yeah, but they don't got to do, okay? Yeah, the war on men is real. Crash out Patel should not ever have to apologize for party rocking. Don't ever say sorry for party rocking, Crash. Yeah, legalize men, legalize being brolic, legalize throwing it back in the locker room after the Olympic hockey team wins. That's what he was doing. He was throwing his booty cheeks back too. That was also awesome. Don't do it, see? Sorry for party rocking. Don't do it. They're doing it already. This is what the Democrats want you to do, okay? They want you to never see Brawlhalla. They don't want you to see it. Check the Coachella group text at Cash Patel. We can't get into the Airbnb without your phone, dude. Dude, it is kind of wild that like this admin also brought all the freaks. And one of the funniest things that this admin has done with all of his freaks is they're all alcoholics. I don't know. I feel like back in the day when you were in a high position like this, like you would have to hide that. You know, you wouldn't be doing it so much that 9 independent sources would confirm it, right?
I don't know. Have you seen Mad Men?
Lightly. And I think that's the fact that it was made and that it was well known, I think because of that level of concern, really tells you about, you know, the kind of larger picture here. And look, you have the FBI is
awesome. We really did go from DEI hires to DUI hires. Like, just, you know, they were like, no, this is better.
You and I both know so many people that have given their lives to this organization. This is a place protecting.
Are still giving their lives.
Are still giving their lives.
The FBI.
And the threats have never been
What's
higher.
up, Don?
The
Welcome
risks
in.
have
Glad
never
to
been
see
higher.
you.
And so you have a group of people that have totally, like, the biggest fear would be that something could happen to this person. And
What's going on, Sledge? Welcome in.
Incredibly seriously.
Glad you're here.
That goes beyond the entire organization. You have an
Nice to
organization
see
that
you.
is dependent on this person being available, being cogent, and being able to quickly respond to multiple things all at the same time.
It is pretty funny that Trump notoriously doesn't drink because his brother was an alcoholic and died to alcoholism. And Trump is
He doesn't want to go out like,
anti-alcohol, and he's
what's his
surrounded
name?
himself with
Stan
alcohol
Chera.
and rape. That's so funny.
The opening anecdote of the story was incredibly striking for a number of reasons. I mean, because you described this freak out in which Patel was intoxicated. He thinks he was locked out of an FBI.
To be clear,
he was not in that
was
case.
not
Thank you for correcting.
intoxicated,
It
no.
just broke some. I'm trying to remember all the details of it. Thank you for correcting me there. But he thought he was locked out of an FBI computer system. He grew incredibly paranoid. Thought he was going to be fired. It turned out to be a technical issue. Talk about that level of paranoia. What that tells you. Why it was important to kind of lead with that anecdote in the story.
The anecdote was just incredibly telling for a couple of reasons. One is that it set off such a panic within the FBI and within Washington. It set off a panic in Congress. The White House was fielding calls. I mean, there was a real lack of understanding about who was in charge at a given moment, which, as you know, as a former member of government, is an incredibly important who is in charge at a given moment.
Nah, clearly the FBI director is a phony ass Mickey Mouse ass position, considering Cash Patel's been doing a wonderful job at it. Let's be real. I can't think of the FBI being better received than it is now. Okay, thank God they put a podcaster up in that bitch. That works so good. It's so goddamn good. Sarah Fitzpatrick, I spoke to 24 people familiar with Patel's conduct for this story, many of whom described it as a national security vulnerability. In response to 19 detailed questions, Patel said, "Print it, all false. I'll see you in court. Bring your checkbook." Wait, there's a Lego about Patel?
Patel! Crazy eyes!
They didn't just make this. No, these are Americans making Iranian-style Lego bangers now. There's 0% chance Iran is so fast that they read the Atlantic and immediately came out with a video. No shot.
Yeah, you gotta make one of these with every article now.
You know what's really important about this? First of all, it's definitely noticeably lower quality, so it's not the Lego guy. However, the style of music that they're making might not be appealing to some of you, but this is exactly the kind of like co-worker music. They have somehow dialed in on exactly what American co-workers in the heartland enjoy sincerely. I don't know if they just like were spiritually
What's up, Dumb Plank? Welcome in.
and they thought
How's
it
it
was
going?
awesome.
Glad
I
to
don't
see
know
you.
if it's because it's just like Suno AI and
Yeah,
that's
I need
like
one of those
what
Candace
it was trained
Intelligence
on.
Agency
But this
shirts.
is like
Those
Tom
are so
McDonald
cool.
rap, and there's a market for it. It's not you.
Leaving
None of
money
you
on the
elite
table.
Bi-coastal libtards are ever going to understand the beauties of Tom McDonald, but like clearly in the countryside, this kind of normie core slop has a lot of impact. So I think that they've just maybe by sheer stroke of accident, luck, whatever you want to call it, we're able to hit a frequency like a dog whistle that like your coworkers will enjoy. You know, Imagine Dragons, like that type of.
The whole bureau's burning.
Yeah.
It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. We didn't start the fire, but cash. You're the one who's torching the whole damn thing. Atlantic expose, drunken MIA, misbriefings.
Oh my God, there's like Atlantic expose. No, this is not Iran. This is way too fast, bro. This is way too fast. How dare you, bro? Imagine.
I mean, they are
Dragons is
super
chill.
online.
Yeah, see, this is what I mean. 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 I'm taking friendly fire from my music taste. This is what I mean. This is like a real American patriot in the chat, okay?
Cash is burning down the FBI. Crazy eyes.
Crazy eyes. Eric Kirk.
Please help me understand. How are we watching a Lego video on the US FBI director? My brain cannot cope with reality. Okay, how about your brain coping with the reality that the current FBI director is not only drunk all the time, but is a literal podcaster, and the only reason why he's currently the FBI director is because he wrote a child's book about the president being an almighty powerful king, a child's book that he also put himself in as well. That's literally the only qualification for why Kash Patel is currently the FBI director. He has no background in this whatsoever, dude. This is the only reality that we exist in, unfortunately, where the actual events that have unfolded are infinitely more insane than like someone turning this into a piece of satire, a piece of biting critique.
How come no one ever wants to debate me? We need some more debate lords.
G'day and welcome to Reality Check.
Should I put us in
Q&A,
politics?
where you guys get to ask
I want to be
the
debated.
hard questions, and hopefully I can find some answers.
Any debunkers
And
out there
here
who
to
want
help me
to
through it,
debate me?
Megan Medic. G'day, Megan. How are you?
Ross, I am fantastic. How are you doing?
Very well, very well. It's getting cold here. I hear it's warming up your way.
Yes, we are absolutely opposites.
I need to be like Charlie Kirk for debunking debunkers. You know? Like they all come in hot, like they know what they're talking about, and then none of them know a thing. Like they don't even know their own defense. Like they don't even know their own positions. It's like the way Seth Shostak like gets his debunks from Metabunk. You know, like the scientists are not. They can't debunk anything. But like the people who are doing their job for free on the internet, they don't understand that. Like, most people don't know why they don't believe in UFOs. And I hate to use that term, believe in, but none of them can like, they can't like point to like an article they read at some point. You know, there's nothing like that. They just do, and they don't know why.
In that regard, we are finally getting warm.
Mike from PA, is he a debunker?
So fire away. What do the viewers want to know today?
All right, Ross, we will start with a big one. This came in from X. Hi, Megan. Love both of your works. Just want to know Ross's prediction on whether
Ross
DOW
Coulthard
will
is a
respond
chud
with
piece of
anything to
shit.
answer Luna's letter
That's
to
why I'm the
Secretary
liberal Ross
Hegseth
Coulthard.
before the deadline ends, which is today. Thanks in advance.
Yes, this is the deadline. As of March the 31st, I think it was, Representative Anna Paulina Luna sent a request to the Pentagon demanding the release of
You have an understanding of
classified
African
UAP
culture and all the
videos,
supernatural things that
46 in
exist?
total,
I mean, a little bit.
Which
Talk about something
allegedly are
specifically?
held by the Pentagon and which the Congress wants to review.
I know about the Dogon.
There was this request made, of course, by Anna Paulina Luna, and the deadline was the 14th of April. And of course, is anyone surprised, frankly, that the Pentagon has failed to arrive? How much more contempt can the Pentagon treat Congress with on the UAP issue before congressional representatives wake up to the realization that they are being played with by malign, devious, deceptive, lying, and I think, frankly, unconscionable behaviour from people inside the Pentagon.
Devious, deceptive
The Pentagon
liars.
has failed to deliver by the scheduled date, and I noticed Anna Paulina Luna came out herself and suggested that there was some kind of deliberate obfuscation by somebody inside the Pentagon. Just a few hours ago, I heard a rumour that the Pentagon had instead offered a briefing about the videos to Congress, that they didn't want to release the actual videos. At what stage is Congress going to use the rights of subpoena that it has? I'm a little bit worried, frankly, that the Pentagon's not taking this issue seriously, and aside from people like Anna Paulina Luna, Tim Burchett.
I mean, that's a reasonable
Rick
theory.
Moskowitz, and a few other members.
My disclosure
of the
queen's
UAP
going to get the
caucus.
dub here.
There really aren't a lot of people in the Congress who are taking
Ross
seriously
Coulthard.
the fact that we have a grave constitutional crisis when it comes to the
He used to be
failure
on 60
by the
Minutes
Defense
in
Department,
Australia.
the Department of War, to heed Congress's demands for
I think.
transparency on this UAP issue. And frankly, what could help this along is for the president to actually put what he said on Truth Social a few weeks back, where he pledged to be more transparent on UAP videos and imagery.
Well, you know, that was his
the
last
release
job
of UAP
before he
information.
started doing UFO
He
shit.
should put that into an executive order, because at the moment the Pentagon frankly knows there is no formal presidential order for the release of the information. We've had certain people suggesting, I notice some representatives have suggested that the effect of the President's Truth Social missive has been that there's going to be some kind of move from the Pentagon, that all of a sudden the Pentagon's going to start taking this issue seriously.
No.
But forgive me if I yawn. Frankly, the proposal is allegedly that ARROW, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, the Pentagon's so-called UAP investigation office,
Look, if they have nothing to hide, why wouldn't they just give us the video?
is going to be in charge of doing this release. Frankly, that's putting the fox in charge of the hen house. You cannot trust the Pentagon's ARROW, and certainly not the Pentagon's PR department, to do anything about UAP transparency.
It's letting the
They
Pentagon
are
investigate
dogmatically
themselves.
fixed in the view that they can continue lying and deceiving Congress as long as possible, and they'll get away with it.
He got
because
into
Congress
a fight
will
with
go
Tom
away and
Cruise. I
think
don't know anything
something
about
else.
that.
If you, the viewer, care about this issue, you should write letters to your Congress people and demand that they should start showing some spine. I was quite shocked, by the way, with Senator Kirsten Gillibrand's staffer's comment, when the staffer basically said that the idea of the presidential order was redundant because the UAP Disclosure Act has already effected what is needed to be done in terms of disclosure. That is a load of steaming bullshit, and I don't know why the senator's staffer feels that they have the right to assert that the president has basically lost his way on this issue, when clearly Senator Gillibrand's office has no idea what they're talking about. The UAP Disclosure Act was
She narrowed her eyes
in
first.
part because of a failure by people on the Democrat side to show the spine that some people on the other side of politics are actually showing to demand access to this information. Now, that's not a political statement, it's a simple statement of fact. At the moment, there
By
is
the way,
not
welcome in,
a
Kusi,
broad,
Kusi.
cross-factional,
Glad you're here.
cross-party position on the idea of UAP disclosure. The Democrats have been soft peddling, and frankly, I don't think we've seen enough action from Senator Gillibrand and all the other Democrat senators and Democrat representatives. They're not pulling their weight, and I think they're just treating
That's
this
right,
as
Ross.
a joke. They're not
They
taking
are.
it seriously, and I think
That's
they
right.
should suffer at the polls if they don't start taking this issue seriously.
See?
The
Told
public
you.
want
Ross
answers.
is a
They're
right-winger.
sick to death of being lied to by the Pentagon and the
Telling you
Department
to
of
not
War.
vote for
And
Democrats.
frankly, it's time for the Congress to start showing some spine and issuing subpoenas and stop being nice and just making requests. The committee that Representative Anna Paulina is part of has the power to issue subpoenas. If the chairman of that committee decides to subvert or frustrate the request for a subpoena, then let's expose them for doing that. Let's start showing some muscle. Let's start showing some spine. I think the public, frankly, have had a gutsful of being played and manipulated by both the Pentagon and the Congress, who I frankly don't think give a flying toot about what the public
flying
think
toot.
about transparency and disclosure. All they're doing at the moment is trying to win votes, and I don't
trying to
think
go
they're
viral.
serious at all. I doubt the president's serious because he hasn't got the courage to take on the Department of War. He's intimidated by his own department. At what stage is the government
He's
going
intimidated
to
by
start
Pete
showing some
Exit.
spine?
All right, next big story. This is about missing scientists. That's the subject here. This is from Wade. Hello, Ross and Megan. I haven't seen any recent developments in the case of William Neal McCaslin, which makes me think we may never
The
get
bunker
definitive
holocaust.
answers. One detail I keep coming back to is that he left his glasses behind. If he intended to hike to a remote location, it's hard to understand why he would leave something so essential
Or
for
probably reading
navigation and
glasses.
basic awareness behind. In the case of Monica Reza, there has been speculation that she may have been attacked by a mountain lion. However, attacks by cougars in the mountains around Los Angeles are extremely rare. In addition, such attacks typically leave clear physical evidence of the struggle.
says
I've
if
also
Jack
come
gave a
across
flying
conflicting
toot about their
accounts.
local
Some
stream
say
of
her
events,
fellow
subscribe
hikers
and
were
give
extremely
some subs or bits.
Come on. I don't ever shill because I thought I treat you like adults, You don't need me to remind you to tip the streamer. But maybe I do. You should tip your streamer. I do this every night. Bust my ass. Coming up with shit to watch. And I think we will enjoy and learn from. And, try to understand the world a little bit better every night. I feel like that's accomplished. Fucking smartest chatters on this platform in here. You'll see. Look at the people who've been here for like 5 years. They'll tell you the same shit. What was that? 48-month subscriber subscribed for 6 months in advance last night, or 8 months in advance last night? What does that tell you? That's a pretty good endorsement, I feel like. But it's some people don't want to see Cyber Stalin rise. Some cyber Kotskyites. You just want the left to keep losing. The non-cranked left. The debunker left. Losers. Crank left is the future. I have a song about it. It's gonna be coming out soon. It's called Crank Left is the Future. It's so sick. It's kind of like, corn, but, mixed with like happy hardcore. And Credence. Also, we're gonna find the missing scientists, but that'll be for subscribers only. I'll tell you where they are. If you subscribe, I'll tell you where they are. That's a hell of a deal. And you can be like, oh, wouldn't you like to know? Oh, you want to know where they are? Yeah, wouldn't you like to know? You can say that. Say. Like, I know where they're fucking at. Wouldn't you like to know? I mean, the music is worth the price of admission, too. If, 3 minutes an hour is not worth your time, and all those... Oh, plus I didn't even show you the emotes. The emotes are sick. There's so many sick ones, too. Look. Look at these. They're like unique too. Nobody else has any of these. Ticket. This is my favorite though. Stalin, debunker Stalin is the best emote. Okay. I didn't want to use the hitchhiker effect. Let's see.
while others make no mention of any noise, which adds to the uncertainty. There are also the cases of Melissa Casillas and Anthony Chavez in New Mexico. Both disappeared after leaving personal belongings behind, and both reportedly had connections to Los Alamos. Taken together, these cases raise a broader question. Are they simply isolated incidents that fall within normal statistical expectations?
Oh, here's
or is
your
there something
tip.
more unusual
Here's
about the
your
number of
tip,
individuals
barista.
with ties to military
Oh.
or scientific work disappearing?
Oh, this
under
cappuccino's no
unclear
good, but I already
circumstances?
tipped you.
Thanks to you both, Wade.
Okay, let's take that each at a time. Let's
Oh,
deal first with
streamer,
General-
we had fun
Major
hanging out
General
in your
Neil
stream all
McCaslin,
night
the
and
missing
chatting
Major General who's been
and
missing
listening to all
since
the cool stuff you
27th
put
of
on.
February. It's being misreported constantly,
think I
and I
should
think this
do
needs to be corrected, that the general walked out of his house. There is no evidence that General Neil McCaslin walked out of his house on his own volition. Absolutely none. The only suggestion is that he was seen at his house
By J.D.
at
Vance.
1 hour in the morning, and that when his wife returned later in the day, he was no longer there. I think it's important to make that clarification, because there is no, you can't rule out the possibility of foul play. I'm not
There's all these
suggesting that the
fucking,
general is a victim of foul play. I'm saying that it should
What was that guy's
be
name
considered
earlier?
as
The
a
Roches
possibility.
or whatever?
And I find it perplexing that the local
All of
county
his
sheriff's
scans.
department is saying there is no
Hanging
evidence
out
of
in
foul
chat.
play. And by that I assume that, unlike, for example, the Nancy Guthrie case,
Facing.
there's no bloodstains found, no evidence of forced entry or anything like that. But what if the general was abducted against his will and put into the back of a car and driven off by malign forces of the state or private military contractors?
Jesus.
That's not the general walking out of the house, that's the general being kidnapped. I think we seriously have to consider as a possibility that the general is a victim of foul play. And I think it's got to be stopped. The media's got to stop reporting this glib line that on his own volition he walked out of the house. Yes, it is suspicious that he didn't take his glasses. Maybe he didn't take his glasses because
he didn't
perhaps
subscribe.
if he was
Okay.
abducted, the people who
Bottom
abducted
line.
him and perhaps in some way
If he
incapacitated
had subscribed,
him
he'd still
didn't
be here.
realise that he needed his glasses. He did take, allegedly, a gun. And maybe
He's in the
whoever
Bay
it
of
was
Pigs
who
for the
abducted him
fucking Pleiadians.
took his gun when they
Pleiadian Bay of
overpowered him.
Pigs.
I mean, the simple fact is, I don't think at the moment the disappearance of the Major General is being
He's
taken
working for the
seriously
Sophons.
enough by the local county sheriff or the FBI or, frankly, his former employer, the Department of War. It's quite extraordinary.
He was minivan
You've
Durley.
got a missing Major General with the classified secrets in his head that, frankly, are in need of protection. And it's deeply, deeply disturbing that after so many weeks, what is that, 47 days, he's not accounted for. Where the hell is he? That's the issue. Now, moving on, there's
He
no
takes his
evidence
drugs.
presented at this stage to suggest that any of the 9 or 10 other people who've been linked in some way because they've got some kind of an association with the general or at places where he worked, there's no suggestion that any of those cases are in any way definitively linked to the general. But there are suspicious circumstances relating to
Happy
some,
hardcore.
or perhaps all of those cases. Let's start with the Monica Razor case, the aerospace rocket scientist who'd worked at a laboratory, I think it was the Air Force Research Laboratories, when General Neil McCaslin was the commander. And she's the inventor of an extremely important alloy, a rocket motor alloy, Mondelloy, which, frankly, if we didn't have that invention, we wouldn't be able to fly American rockets into space. That's how significant it is. Previous to the discovery of Mondelloy, the Russians were the ones providing rocket access
more complicated
for
than that.
space for the Americans. What a ridiculous situation. So it was a hugely face-saving moment for America. There've been claims, and I haven't verified this, but there've been quite disturbing claims that the patent that was held by Monica
Yeah,
Razor
it was them
for
trying to
Mondelloy
trying
was
to steal
held
the
by her
patent.
alone, and that it died with
Yeah,
her.
yeah, they
I
tried to steal
sincerely
her
hope that's
patent.
not the case, and I hope her family or her relatives do get the benefit of whatever it was that she discovered. As for the claim that she was taken by a cougar, I'm sorry, that just doesn't wash. Nothing in what I've read from any of the official documents
she would have
suggests
been
that there was
screaming.
any kind of a scream. She was seen from 50 feet away by one of her colleagues with whom she was hiking, and frankly, they know there's nothing in any of the official reports that I've seen suggesting any kind of animal activity might be responsible for her disappearance. And frankly,
They
if a
would have
woman is
left
50 feet away,
scraps.
albeit short, she was 4 foot something, if she's 50 feet away from a group of other hikers and she sees a cougar coming towards her, she's going to scream. They're going to hear something. They're certainly not going to keep on walking. The simple fact is her disappearance was rapid. Yes, it's always possible, I guess, that she was taken by an animal, but you would think that you would hear a scream. As for some of the other cases, I'm less convinced that they are connected. I suspect that there might be something connecting Monica Razor and the General. It does worry me that, there's a lot
What
of
up,
unexplained
Linus?
circumstances.
Laura, welcome in. How's it
There's
going?
the case of Melissa
Yeah,
Cassius, who was a Los
they stay
Alamos
winning.
National Laboratories Administrative Assistant, and Anthony Chavez, who was another LANL research engineer or employee. There's no direct connection to McCasland in any of the available reporting. It's speculative. And I'm kind of reminded of a British case involving a whole group of Marconi scientists who died or disappeared in mysterious circumstances
Yeah,
back
that
in the
was
80s.
suspicious.
And a lot of people keep on talking about the Marconi case as a parallel with this case, because in this case there's supposedly 10 people who've disappeared and it's all connected. In the Marconi case, there were 10 Marconi scientists. If you actually buy the book written by the journalist who did the definitive investigation into the Marconi case, he actually concluded at the end of the book that there was no link between any of these deaths, and that more likely than not, it was just a series of unusual, weird circumstances, that there was nothing to connect them, nothing sinister and no conspiracy. In this case, whether it's statistically anomalous that this number of people have disappeared or died from certain government institutions, I don't know whether it's statistically anomalous, but what I don't understand is why it's not a higher priority for the FBI, the Department of War, or any of the intelligence agencies. Whether they're connected or not, the disappearance of people, presumably with high security classifications, working inside some of the most sensitive national security facilities in the United States, that should be an issue of concern.
Rage for Change,
It's not
welcome
something
in.
that,
I'm
frankly,
glad you're
I think
here.
should be
Nice to
buried
see
the
you.
bottom of the news bulletins or treated with, I think, scant disregard by the former employers of these people. There's many missing hikers disappear every year. People disappear all the time. Dave Paulides, he's done his excellent Missing 411 series. People go missing. It happens. Whether there's a connection between them, well, frankly, at the moment, I'm not persuaded that the police are actually looking for those connections. They seem to be determined to try and play down the idea that there might be any foul play. And yes, there are weird circumstances in a lot of these cases. People leaving home without their phones, without their wallets, without their car keys, without any other identifying devices like tracking watches. There is something unusual about this. It's, as General Neil McCasland's wife has said reportedly, it's almost as if he didn't want to be found. Why isn't she asking the question?
He's hiding
Why
from
isn't
Pete
the
Hezes.
FBI asking the question?
Dark
Maybe
truth.
they are. Maybe it wasn't he that didn't want him to be found. Maybe it was
Hiding
somebody
from
else
Hexes.
that didn't want him to be found. I'm not saying categorically that there is foul play. Maybe tragically, in the case of General Neil McCasland, he did wander off into the wilderness and in an effort to try and not be found. But why aren't we also looking at the equally plausible possibility that because he wasn't seen in a community full of houses with ring cameras, videos on street corners. This is a very security conscious, aware part of Albuquerque. There are a lot of houses with security cameras. Not one of them, I'm told, has picked up the general walking through the neighbourhood. If it is true that he walked out of his house, as has been misreported by so many in the media, then why is there no imagery of that, or why has that not been released by anyone? That's the issue. And while I'm not saying that there is any connection between any of these now 9 or 10 people that have, I guess, loose connections to government facilities and in some cases connections back to General Neil McCaslin, I do think it's strange that the Department of War, certain private military contractors that employed these people, the intelligence community, they have not said jot. Almost as if they know something. They haven't said jot. Interesting.
All right, Ross, the next question kind of comes from you. You posted this on X, and a lot of people reached out to me saying they need more information. You said, I can confirm the commemorative coin story. Heard the same thing. It does appear the administration is planning a limited disclosure, but will POTUS admit the full legacy UAP program? Doubtful.
Yes, it's true. I can't really say much more than what I've already said, but what I can say is that sources in Congress have now confirmed to me something that was told to me by another very reliable source, that President Trump's administration is crafting or looking at crafting a UAP disclosure coin. That's really all I can say. It was originally stated to me in a moment of some incredulity by a source who told me that they'd heard this. I started asking around some of the suspects that I have in Congress who might know more about this, and I've been assured that this is the case, that yes, there are people in the administration who have been talking about. I can't say that the people have seen the coin, but certainly there do appear to be plans to cast a coin showing or talking about UAP disclosure. That's the only data point that I've had to suggest that there is any movement at the station from the administration on whether they intend to take seriously the issue of UAP disclosure. I know Tim Burchett, Tulsi Gabbard, Anna Paulina Luna at different times have indicated that they do think that the president will follow through, that we're going to see something on disclosure. But frankly, I think the public's entitled to be extremely skeptical, knowing that the Pentagon has its greasy paw prints over that decision-making process. The Pentagon should not have anything to do with the issue of UAP disclosure, because they and certain sections of the intelligence community have presided over a sordid, unconstitutional, illegal cover-up for the last 80 years. They simply can't be trusted.
Can't be trusted.
All right, we will go to a question. This is from Christian Harloff. He wants to know, is there any news on a new public hearing, and is it dependent on Burleson's attempt at whistleblower protection?
I don't think it's got anything at all to do with Eric Burleson's attempt at whistleblower protection. I think Eric's got a very noble objective of pushing to get the key points of the UAP Disclosure Act that were cut out of the proposed amendments last year, put back into the UAP Disclosure Act, perhaps in the new defence appropriations at the end of the year. But I feel he's pushing things uphill at the moment because, frankly, there's not a lot of momentum in Congress. I wish him the very, very best, and it's a noble effort on his part. The most important part of what Eric Burleson's trying to get put into the amendments is the records review panel. Essentially, they want to see some kind of, this was very much part of the original UAP Disclosure Act recommendations, to have a records review panel, a bit like the JFK records review, where a group of individuals, people with security clearances and respected credentials, could help make decisions about what should and shouldn't be declassified without jeopardizing matters of national security. And the idea was that this panel would meet. I think it was meant to be a 9-member panel, and it would meet and slowly begin the declassification process. Yes, there's supposedly been a requirement in existing UAP disclosure laws for all UAP-related files to be provided to a classified server at the National Archives. And the idea was, or is, I think, that eventually it would be this panel that would be involved in the decisions about disclosure. Frankly, all of that has been nobbled. So has the idea for a congressional hearing. I don't think there's any serious proposals on the table at the moment for any in the immediate future, public hearings of any type. A lot of what's going on in Congress has been going on in skiffs. And I note that Representative Tim Burchett has talked a lot in recent weeks, and I made a few notes actually of some of the things he's talked about. Tim Burchett has actually specified that he's received multiple classified UAP-related briefings. He told Newsmax's Rob Finnerty recently that he'd received these briefings.
He's hiding them from the debunker Holocaust.
At the beginning of April.
Like
He hasn't said who it was who briefed him. He hasn't gone into details due to classification restrictions.
They're doing a real-life
But he
begonia.
described the context in general, and basically what he's indicated. I've got a note here of exactly what he said. He basically suggested that it would make your hair curl. Where was it? He said the information is simply too much for public release without proper declassification, and that he avoids speculating on unverified claims. So I think if Tim Burchett is receiving classified briefings in a skiff, that's actually positive. It means that people from the intelligence or defense community are coming into Congress and briefing a representative of the Congress about things that are currently being suppressed and classified from the knowledge of the public. That's significant. It's terribly important. The key quotes that he said by Tim Burchett were, "I've been briefed by just about every alphabet agency there is, and I'll just say this, if they were to release the things that I've seen, you'd be up at night worrying about, thinking about this stuff." On another occasion, he said, "I was briefed last week on an issue, or 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have come unglued, I think, if they would have heard all that I've heard. They would demand answers." He tried to tie this to his broader frustration with secrecy and explained that because of classification restraints, he couldn't go into detail. And he said in the same interview, "We just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it." And he linked non-disclosure to people who knew too much dying or disappearing, adding, "For the record, I'm not suicidal." And in extended clips, he said, "I don't take risks." That's a hell of a statement by a representative of the Congress. He's basically acknowledging there is danger in even talking about this issue. So what the hell is it that Representative Tim Burchett has been told in classified...
About Matt Gaetz' breeding program with teenagers. It's not nothing to do with aliens. He just likes teenagers.
Did President Trump just order UFO disclosure again? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. So let's talk about it. Get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe.
I was briefed on the Cyber Stalin dossier.
In the comments below. All right, let's just get right to it.
If you subscribe,
Here is what
I'll tell you all about
had
it.
to say.
As you remember, I recently directed the Secretary of War.
I recently directed my Secretary of War to dust off the Cyber Stalin plans.
To begin releasing government files relating to UFOs and unexplained aerial phenomena. And I figured this was a good crowd because I know you people, you're really into that. I don't know if I am, but you... So
Why
I'm
is he
pleased to
saying this
report
to
today. I thought I'd save
TVUSA?
it for this
Like,
crowd.
they're not fucking
Because you're a little bit
ufologists.
out there, a little bit.
You're a little bit out there.
That this
is
process
so
is well
embarrassing.
underway, and we found many very interesting documents, I must say. And the first releases will begin very, very soon. As you remember, I recently directed the...
Okay, so
None of your
releases
funkies
coming
at the
very
Pentagon have anything
soon.
to do with it.
Some very interesting documents found. They're actually going to release them. I am very curious. I mean, according to Eric Davis, Trump has been fully briefed into a lot of this, even to the hybridization program, and he was cracking jokes about, Adam Schiff being a hybrid and so on.
He is a hybrid.
So he has been briefed on a lot of stuff. I don't know how much he's seen, but he's clearly gone far enough where he's been given the memo, where he can't talk about certain things, and that, he's not ultimately in control of this. There was that slip of the tongue that he made when he was asked about the mystery drones, where he says it's not up to, and he was about to say it's not up to me. Releasing this information is not up to me. But then he corrected himself and he went on.
It's a debunker nation.
Phrased.
We just live here.
But he has gotten far enough along to know there is a power structure behind us. But nonetheless, he is proceeding with at least some measure of UFO disclosure.
It'd be funny if he met with
MJ-12 to
MJ-12.
do that on the heels of them not honoring the date that Anna Polina Luna gave
We need
them,
you to start a
April
war with
14th.
Iran to distract from ufology.
And
Ufologists are getting too close.
Anna says,
They're getting too close and we need you.
Mad. The lovely Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick is big mad because of this. So I love it. I think that's great. Anna also had a little bit more to say. Here she is.
Congresswoman, I mean, I'm not a believer in UFOs, but someone who's seen this footage told the New York Post, you're going to see some weird bleeping bleep. What do you think we're going
all
to see?
the evidence is made up? That's what you mean?
Well, look, in the last hearing that we had with
'Cause
my
that's
task
unhinged.
force that's been set up to investigate this stuff, we released some footage of one of these things deflecting a Hellfire missile. No one could explain what that was. And so we're not in the business of telling the American people what to believe. But I think once you see this footage, once you realize that the phenomena is real, I think that the fact that the president is pushing for transparency is something that most people in the United States are very curious about. Just goes to show the differences between this administration and every single one previously.
Oh, yeah?
And so I'm very happy. We had actually requested 46 documents specifically that the Department of War seemed to have lost our paperwork on. And then we did reach back out to them. Secretary Hegseth, of course, have been great on this issue. And now with that announcement, we're getting those documents. So I couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
All right, they are getting the documents. Will we get to see them? That's certainly the implication. Trump said they're going to release some stuff, and it's very interesting. So, yeah.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Cautiously pumped. All right, we'll see. Here's Tim Burchett talking about it.
I'll believe it when I see it.
President Trump potentially preparing for some level of disclosure about...
And I believe that. I had that very conversation with him.
So... Where is he on that? Is he ready to do that? And a follow-up on that before you get to it is, let's say he makes some kind of statement during the war with Iran. Do you think that sort of undermines, people might say, well, he's trying to distract?
They're always going to say he's distracting. This is just
Distraction.
The best day to release this stuff was yesterday. The second best day to release it is right now.
So is he going to do that?
I hope so. I think he's not beholden to that community.
Yeah. But you've talked to him about it. What's your feeling on whether he's ready?
Well, I don't generally publicly discuss too much what I discussed to the president about, because that could end up...
Hey, Booney, my man.
He wouldn't talk to me as freely as he does when we talk, but and we talked 14 minutes. I was looking at my watch and I was like, holy cow, it's 14 minutes. It was about a lot of things, but
in the cyber Stalin regime,
it's like layers.
Subscribers will be given preferential treatment.
You just keep peeling it back. Yeah, you put the 1 and 2 people in there, but these lifetime career people are in there, and for whatever reason,
Booney,
they're not releasing anything. And also, I feel like the material.
Any debate lords there?
Whatever it's out there.
Cosmic Jack.
We don't.
I forgot. I was only going to call him Cosmic
they
Jack.
Farmed it out to these corporations, and these
I'm not going to call him
corporations
Cosmic
are not
Chode
foilable.
anymore.
Freedom of Information Act is for the people back home. It's
seen
when
all
I
these
can
clips.
say, "Hey,
Jack.
FBI,
Cosmic
release this
Jack.
stuff. I want to see this stuff." And under FOIA, allegedly they're supposed to release it, but say a Ford Motor Company had.
Anyway, yeah, they don't release it. So there you go. Tim, very excited about getting to talk to him for 14 minutes. the president. Recently, he said it was a challenge to get 5 minutes with the president. So, he was excited to get 14 minutes.
Wow.
It is what it is. And clearly, the president does have things going on in the world that are probably demanding his
wars
attention.
that he starts.
And whatever
Poison
we are
you
getting
softly.
some form of
Nice.
UFO disclosure, it is
All right, check. Their favorite electrician. Check it out. Look.
Hello, wonderful person. This is Anton, and today I wanted to discuss a somewhat intriguing topic
Hey,
in regards
Nova.
to, well, this. Something that often shows up as sensationalist headlines involving some kind of an alien, or specifically
Just in time
an
for your
alien
favorite
skull.
debunker. Look. This is your guy. Now to 69 biddies. Let's go. Look.
But then he corrected himself and he went on.
It's a debunker nation.
He rephrased,
You just live here.
but he has gotten far enough along to know.
It's debunker's world. They cheated.
Discovered in some cave from some ancient civilization, the theory often
Anton,
ends in the conclusion
chief
that
debunker.
aliens used to exist on the planet, and then they
Talk
basically
about
left.
he's in the
But
fucking
thing is, the
debunker
actual
polar bureau
scientific
for
reality
sure.
in this case is somewhat intriguing and technically
Debunker
way
polar
more
bureau.
fascinating than any of these alien stories.
Anton has given us a lot to unpack.
Anton, you
here.
dipshit.
Let's start with the wonderful person comment. I am not, and have never been, a wonderful person.
I'm a wonderful person.
He's correct, however, that a lot of people do
Need cyberstalling.
believe aliens were involved in the elongated skulls. And that can be hard for a lot of people to accept, myself included. But this doesn't change what we do know about these skulls, and it doesn't change what we don't know about these skulls, and it doesn't change what we don't know about these skulls, which sounds confusing, but if you do any real investigation into these things, confusion's about the number one thing you're going to walk away with. So let's look at what Anton had to say about these elongated skulls and the practice of artificial cranial deformation. Hi, my name's Dan, and welcome to Debunking.
Welcome to Debunking. Anton gonna get dedunked, dude.
And so,
Anton,
in this video, we're going to be discussing the idea behind
I would
body
not want to be him right
modifications,
now.
and specifically focusing on these cranial modifications, whose initial discovery by the Western civilization at first actually shocked a lot of people.
Anton, I like your channel a lot, but I have to say
I
that
don't.
I don't like the way that you conflated all the different forms
I like it for
of body
comedic
modification
value.
together, because the severity is pretty high.
Funny.
I mean, if I
He's
take
such an
my
extremist.
kid to get their ears pierced, nobody's going to complain. But if I take them to get
Debunker
castrated, they might look
extremist.
at me a little bit different, right? So the cranial deformation falls somewhere in between in my mind, and I think in most people's minds. So I do feel like it's a little bit lazy to just kind of throw them all into one basket. Now, there is no question that many
That's what
believe
they do.
that
That's
several
all.
of these
That's what they
elongated
rely
skulls
on.
were natural,
Muddying the
not
waters.
artificially modified, and that those were alien or perhaps another species
Dude,
of
what about the
hominid
ones
or
without the
something similar.
sagittal suture?
And understandably, the idea that they were extraterrestrial is considered
What
to
about
be out
those?
there. But the fact is, the ubiquity of the practice of cranial deformation and the associated claims of heightened intellect need to be considered in a fair but skeptical light when looking into these skulls. Otherwise, why bother?
Here we're talking about
gonna
the practice
hurt
of
me.
intentionally
It's gonna
deforming
kill
the shape of the
when
human
you
skull. And when
desert
archaeologists find these elongated
This
conical
happened to
skulls,
me
in many
twice
cases it basically results in
before.
these hyped up sensationalist headlines.
It's usually not archaeologists that find these sorts of things. Traditionally, in most places, it has been traders and explorers. And Paracas is an exception there, but generally speaking, that's a problem because traders trade these things, they sell them. You don't end up with good records, you end up with profit. And then the coolest samples end up on the shelves. We can assume selection bias is at work here. So when Anton just says, you know, these could all be made through the process of artificial cranial deformation, as we will see, that's not exactly accurate. But in addition to that, that's ignoring selection bias, which we know has been raging for at least 200 years. For example, the Chinook chief Concomly was a friend to the white explorers in the Pacific Northwest, having met Lewis and Clark and been favorably mentioned in their memoirs. He wasn't dead 3 whole years before his skull was stolen by a prominent European doctor, one Dr. Meredith Gardner of the Hudson Bay Company. And this is not an isolated example. In fact, Lewis and Clark reported seeing 3,000 above-ground graves in one place in Washington state, and each of these would have had a modified skull, according to their records. All of these were looted and sold over the years, and the cover-up is so immense that someone who does amazing research like Anton here often misses it. Now, I've covered this before, but Anton's going to give us a great case study of the stuff being swept under the rug. And it'll be very funny to notice how the places he fails to mention are the same places that I've been telling you the cover-up is actively hiding.
Wow. Look, everyone, it must be extraterrestrials.
Very droll, Anton, but I have to point out, you did just set up your audience. I mean, now anything except for artificial cranial deformation is going to be put into tinfoil hat nuttery land. And let's be clear, there's a huge distinction between the idea of these skulls emulating an alien or another species of hominid.
But in this video, we're going to be discussing some of the modern evidence we have for all of this, because as we actually examine the evidence, it will become pretty clear that this is not just some kind of an ancient outlier, but seems to be an incredibly widespread activity present on almost every continent on the planet, with Antarctica being the obvious exception. In other words, this apparently happened in many different cultures out there, and for reasons that seem to be entirely different and sometimes not entirely understood.
While it is nice to see Anton pointing out that you do see this practiced almost everywhere on the planet, there is one big problem in his reporting here. In most places, we do have some idea as to why they did it. The people that practiced artificial cranial modification, which they did to the skulls of their children, they believed that this gave them increased intellect or something similar. This is extremely well documented, but as we shall see, that doesn't mean it's easy to find. The fact is, these elongated skulls are one of the most hidden things I have ever come across when I look into ancient history. The information is being erased in real time. The knowledge that was once held by the masses has become so obscure, even doing solid research won't help unless you look outside the confines of what you are told is the norm. I know it sounds odd, but take this skull for example, from the famous Chief Comrade. He was once as well known in the Western world as Sacagawea. Now he's obscure, unknown, and his claim to fame, the elongated skull, is all but removed from even the artistic representations of the man. By all accounts, Comrade was extremely wise, very shrewd, a great businessman, a great orator, a good friend, and a good leader. He attributed his increased intellectual capacity to his modified cranium.
But here, I guess, let's start with the most famous example, and the one that usually creates the most sensationalist headlines. Let's start with the Paracas culture that used to exist in Peru approximately 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. And it's widely regarded as one of the earliest complex societies in South America, and while their exceptional textiles were also kind of connected with their burial rituals, or technically their mummies. Because it turns out that part of the culture also involved placing deceased individuals in a kind of a seated position and wrapping them in many layers of these textiles to basically create a kind of a mummy.
Of course he starts in Peru, that's where all the cool ones are from, just ask Brian Forrester. But there is so much that he's gonna miss, and that's because the Paracas skulls have been the subject of mishandling and corruption since they were discovered back in 1927. Right away, the archaeologist in charge of the find, Julio Citelo, gave different accounts. In one instance, he claimed that 451 of those bundles Anton just showed us were found. In another instance, he claimed that it was only 429. Of course, they claim this was just a clerical error, and while I might accept this if this was an isolated incident, it certainly is not.
Two of them, I guess.
First of all, of those two numbers, which one do you think it was that actually was? Was there 429 bundles or 451? Well, which one would facilitate stealing? That's the number that it is. There was 429 bundles officially, buddy. Those other 22 bundles never existed. And so when those 429 bundles were moved from the caves to a museum, they opened some of those right there in the field and inspected
in a museum.
Now the records are incomplete. Some of the bundles have detailed accountings of the
Subscribers
contents.
only museum.
Others have only archival records that really do little to explain what was found. A few years later, during the Great Depression, money mummy for storage and preservation was kind of slim, so Nelson Rockefeller, well, he heard about these and went down to Peru and purchased 4 or 5, records are incomplete, bundles for $3,000. Now this was a financial windfall for Tello, who was still in charge of those mummies, and the bundles given to Rockefeller, well, those were displayed at the Met, at the National History Museum in New York City. These bundles were opened and publicly displayed in some of the biggest museums in the world.
Resubscribe for 2 months at tier 3. Let's go.
And Nelson Rockefeller was said to have repatriated those skulls. But the Peruvian government's not sure which ones those are. They just, I don't know, throw them back in the box. So the 4 or 5 that were cherry picked.
Yeah, that's a strong streak.
But by the man.
Hell yeah.
Well, you would just shuffle those in with the rest. Nothing to see here. In 1949, a bundle was opened and witnessed by hundreds of people. It was filmed and covered by multiple media outlets, including Newsweek and Time. However, the coverage of this today is scant, with the Time article not even mentioning the deformed cranium. To really show you just how bad this mishandling has been, in 1979, 54 bundles were said to have been opened by the museum director. He recorded the contents of 6. He didn't even record the other bundles that he opened, he just put them back on the shelf. And the reason that this is important is because of that debate around the more extreme skulls. Brian Forrester is the most prominent in this field, but there are many out there pointing out that the cranial capacity is larger, the point where the spine meets the skull is different, the natural suture lines are often not present in these examples, etc., etc. Now the debate is raging, and to me, there's no point injecting myself into that because we lack the data. It's incomplete. We know the best samples, the stuff that a guy like Nelson Rockefeller would choose, we don't get to see. And this is not the only example of this, but it is really bad in Paracas. I mean, if you assume that some of those skulls were so outlandish as to be clearly not human, which ones do you think Rockefeller took? Why do you think the director opened so many bundles and only recorded 6? Why was the public opening filmed so ill-covered? And where are the images today? The fact of the matter is, this cover-up is just as ubiquitous as the practice of cranial modification itself. We see it around the world. Now, why they started modifying craniums may well have been the emulation of a different species of hominid. And I know that's not as fun as aliens and stuff, but it is a lot more likely. And the fact of the matter is, we know that the best skull's been cherry-picked away. If there was another species of hominid in there, it would have been cherry-picked away and hidden somewhere, not recorded properly.
Why would they hide it if it was just another species of hominid? It's got to be something bizarre.
What do you think is up with those repatriated skulls Rockefeller chose, for example, honestly?
Obviously today we have no idea why exactly this was done, but the point is that this was a really complex culture, and in their culture they also practiced what's known as the cranial deformation, with the examples of the skulls from this culture visible right here. And well, here this was done in childhood, when the child's head was bound in order to elongate it, and in order to produce various shapes.
Now, this is not entirely true. Symbolic rebirth was the reason they used multiple layers. It was supposed to be like a womb kind of thing. Again, we do know a lot more about this than Anton seems to be letting on, but again, I can't fault the guy for not finding a lot of what he's looking for. This is a really difficult topic to research because so much of it has been deliberately hidden from us. And I say that with utter confidence, deliberately hidden from us.
John was just looking at
for
me.
this particular culture, it's actually believed to be possibly some kind of a status symbol, or maybe done for somewhat aesthetic reasons to make the skull appear more beautiful.
In my opinion, this is why we need to take a larger picture approach to this sort of thing and not just isolate individual cultures. Like a place like Paracas was almost certainly in contact with other regions that practiced artificial cranial modification, and some of their writings and traditions can inform us as to what was going on in Peru. Just take a look at this map. This is from a 1938 book, Deformaciones Intenciones de Cuerpo Humano de Carácter Étnico, and that is perfect pronunciation in every single video so far. Thank you very much. And this is a Spanish work, if you couldn't tell, covering the practice of artificial cranial deformation. But in 2020, this map was published in a paper titled Earliest Known Intentionally Deformed Human Cranium from Asia. You will notice the more modern map is missing many locations, and others are incredibly diminished. Hawaii, the inland United States, and a lot of other places have been removed from that more modern map. Now, perhaps this is an error, but then I have to ask why it is that I can find record of the island of Niue practicing cranial modifications, including accounts of a skull that's 96% as wide as it is tall, but when I Google it, the AI will tell me there was never any cranial modification performed on Niue. The fact is, out of every topic I've ever covered on my channel, nothing has been as diligently covered up as the elongated skulls. There's nothing that I've ever said, this is a cover-up, this isn't just some mistakes. The elongated skulls, one or two mistakes is one thing, but if you're skeptical of the cover-up, eventually that just falls to pieces under the weight of evidence to the contrary.
And well, back in 2014, naturally, this produced a lot of hype once again, mostly because some of the preliminary DNA tests suggested some kind of an unknown mutation. But a much more recent study clarified all of this, with the results eventually showing us some very interesting genetic markers, including connections to Europe and even the Middle East, and basically not a purely Native American DNA, implying some kind of an additional migration that must have happened around this time.
Now, I like Anton for this reason here. He just spits things out a lot of the times. He doesn't consider the implications as much as like a lot of the debunkers do. In this case, it's basically what I was saying earlier about another species of hominid and about the cultures being in contact. I mean, look at this map again. Now compare it to the Kelp Highway Hypothesis map. Just look at the map and think seafarer, and all of a sudden the distribution makes a lot of sense, right? Except you have to accept that there was contact between the old world and the new, otherwise this all falls apart. And this is why we have such pushback today. In my opinion, it's probably why the information keeps disappearing. But the fact is, the DNA in the Paracas region lines up with that weird Asiatic pottery that we see in South America. The depictions of bearded people, turban-wearing people, etc. It seems like Paracas was a major hub. DNA shows this, as does the geoglyph nearby, known as the Candelabra of the Andes. A massive earthwork, it's visible 12 miles out to sea. It's a great way to inform other seafarers, hey, this is the place to land. I mean, honestly, it seems quite obvious to me that there was a degree of contact before Columbus all across the ancient world.
Although a much more likely explanation suggests that there must have been some kind of a DNA degradation or even contamination, which is obviously quite common for skulls that are 2,000 years old.
Now, while this can happen, it's pretty rare for DNA to degenerate into looking like something else, and the number of samples there would kind of preclude such a thing from happening. 1 or 2 samples is one thing, 20 or 30 is another. But the fact of the matter is, again, we end up in this situation where people have to cling to these old beliefs. You can't have this pre-Columbian contact. So the skulls are mundane, the skulls are mundane, the skulls are mundane. Some mantra in order to just maintain that worldview.
But, as I mentioned, what's actually remarkable is that, first of all, this is obviously not the only culture to practice this. As a matter of fact, these skulls, or similar skulls, have been discovered pretty much everywhere. And one of the oldest collections is approximately 13,000 years old.
The only strange thing is how hard you have to dig in order to find records of this. I mean, it can really become an insurmountable task unless you put your feet in a bookstore or something. And the rule of thumb generally being the stranger is the skull, the harder it is to find today. Like those 4 or 5 or however many that Rockefeller got. And while many cultures claim that they don't even want drawings of these skulls shown to the public, Peru has no such compulsions, so how Rockefeller skulls ended up getting lost is beyond me. Just like that 96% as wide as it is tall skull from Niue, where is it? Who knows? But you ain't gonna find it. Not even a photograph. And it becomes difficult to tell whether or not this was entirely artificial or some of it was natural. It becomes impossible to determine how extreme these artificial modifications could go. And while many may see just a few missing samples, the fact is these were selected and then removed from the collections they originally belonged to. I mean, assuming a guy like Rockefeller just grabbed 4 or 5 bundles sight unseen is absurd, especially considering that it was already on the record that at least one of those bundles was publicly opened, and to the embarrassment of that Tello guy, it was full of beans, not a body, so I'm sure Rockefeller did due diligence. And that makes sense because, as I mentioned, in the Pacific Northwest, there were thousands of these skulls, and they were all long gone by the time Rockefeller was born. And now some of them have been repatriated, but most are silently just languishing in private collections somewhere, sitting on a dusty shelf that few could ever even see. So by the time Rockefeller knew about the skulls in Peru, all the other ones had been picked over, but not Paracas. So off he went. And there's one more thing to keep in mind as well. Because of the way that these skulls were treated, there are some tribes that just like to not talk about it anymore. I mean, you steal our artifacts, then you repatriate them. Well, who's not to say your kids ain't going to come and steal them again? So a lot of the tribes just kind of downplay the whole thing as well. So you end up with multiple different reasons for people
to Flint Dibble coming to your town.
And at the end of the day, we certainly are not getting the full truth.
And surprisingly, from Australia. You can learn more about this in the link from the Smithsonian Institution in the description, but in essence back in 1967, a bunch of these skulls were discovered in Australia, all of them possessing a relatively unusual long shape. These are now referred to as the cow swamp skulls. And though at first this was hypothesized to be our ancestor, Homo erectus, eventually it was confirmed that this seemed to have an artificial deformation involving a cultural skull modification similar to the Paracas.
Now, did you hear that? At first, these skulls were mistaken for natural skulls from another species of hominid, Homo erectus. And later they were determined to be Homo sapiens sapiens skulls that were modified artificially. So, if the intention of the artificial modification was to emulate this other species of hominid, sounds like they fucking nailed it, huh? That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? And again, here we are in the Pacific, part of this whole island copying culture that I was alluding to, I believe spread this whole practice through the region. It's no accident that it tends to hug the coastlines. I do not believe that it was started in numerous places independently. I believe that it was shared via travel throughout the seas, like the map implies.
But around the same time, in Neolithic China, people were actually doing something extremely similar. Here in the province of Jilin, near the Hutamuga site, researchers once again found extremely similar skulls. Specifically, 11 of them that most likely represented the early practice linked to some kind of a social status once again.
Notice again, this is the same shape that was earlier mistaken for Homo erectus. It's also the shape of Concomly's skull, the Chinook sheaf I mentioned earlier. This shape seems to have been one of the more preferred shapes, and the fact that it can be mistaken for a natural skull from a different species should tell the curious researcher there is more to this story than mere cradleboarding. Should.
But what might come as a surprise to all of us is of course the fact that this was also practiced in Europe and even in somewhat recent times. And in this case, a lot of evidence comes from things like, for example, coins, ancient coins. Here's, for example, one of the kings of the culture referred to as the Alcons. In this case, his elongated head was extremely likely produced using a very similar modification technique.
And this resembles the Paracas skulls, the ones we would call elongated, which is something the Neanderthals had, although not nearly to the degree of the artificially modified skull. But the shape is similar, and the similarity to those across the seas becomes less easily discounted. Again, we think of the map and the distribution of these skulls, how they hug the shorelines, all of a sudden this practice seems to be discernible. And it looks like they were trying to emulate other hominids, at least with this European Paracas conehead shape and with the Paracas North Native American Pacific Northwest
even Anton had to admit their DNA was from Europe.
That one, like kind of the bug butt shape or a light bulb shape, I don't know. The one they mistook for Homo erectus. But that then makes me wonder about the other common deformations, like the Stewie Griffin. Was it based on another species of hominid that existed at more or less the same time as we did? Homo longi, aka Dragon Man, seems to be a pretty good fit for that, although we could safely assume we'll find other species that may fit the bill down the road in the future. The fact of the matter is, I think you're starting to see there's a pretty good reason to at least look at the hypothesis that these weren't based on alien skulls necessarily, but other species of hominid skulls. Yeah, seems like a really good place to start.
This is a description from the
what if those are one and the same?
German book on anatomy, and so a lot of different depictions of different kings and different royalties from Europe and Asia, including this Iranian king Rostam, seem to all depict an extremely similar feature that could have only been produced as a result of cranial modification.
You said only.
Something so strange yet so ubiquitous needs to be given more deference, in my opinion. Listen to the process and how horrific it was. In his book, Astoria, Washington Irving recorded, as the tightening of the padding and the pressing of the head to the board is gradual, the process is said to not be attended with much pain. The appearance of the infant, however, while in this state of compression, is whimsically hideous, and its little black eyes, we are told, being forced out by the tightness of the bandages, resemble those of a mouse choked in a trap. So it's not something that would be taken up lightly. But we see it over and over and over again. Even Anton points out it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere on the dang planet. People were doing it everywhere. So why? Well, again, they told us. It's to make them
harder, better, faster, stronger.
Which would align with the idea of them emulating other hominid species if they assume that these other species had some of the traits they were looking for.
And we also obviously have actual skulls. Here's one from 5th century Hungary. Here's one a little bit to the north in Germany. And here's a bunch from Samarkand in Central Asia. All these were actually around the same time. As a matter of fact, even Vikings, especially the ones on the island of Gotland, seem to practice this as part of the rites of passage.
So this practice is clearly widespread, clearly ancient, and clearly strange as hell to us today. But from here, Anton makes the case for it being just one example of body modification, comparing circumcision and tattooing and other stuff to the artificial cranial deformation. And in some cases, well, this could well be the case. It may just be a means of differentiating one tribe from another group of people who live nearby.
Oh
but by just assuming
debunker brainworms.
he is ignoring
Terminal.
the fact that it could well be the practice of emulation of other species of hominid.
Terminal
And if
debunker
that's the
brainworms.
case, then you do get to ask the fun question, what if some of these were emulating aliens? And now personally, I don't believe that that's very likely at all.
Why do you say that?
However, the same thing would apply.
He just says that to
The
like
best
impress
skull,
the debunkers.
If there is a freaking alien skull out there, if Rockefeller showed up and one of those bundles had a skull with 3 eyeballs in it, which one do you think he took? But that brings us back to the cover-up, and then why is it so ubiquitous? Why is it spread around the world like the skulls are? Why is it that I can find information about some of these places and other places I can't? Why is it that Anton makes a video talking about it, but
He also left a bunch of shit out here about all this stuff with the sagittal suture. Like, a bunch of the skulls don't have like the divot at the top of your skull where the bones slide apart, when you come out of the birth canal. Like, that's the thing that I was a head scratcher. That's like the anti-tail, It's like you can debate some of the other things, but like parts of the story are just sort of really, I think, profound and not really ever discussed because there's not really any way to. How do you explain that? Like, plenty of these skulls you can see they're not the result of cradle boarding. They were born like that or created perhaps. And it's like, so some of them are something else, I don't know if I'd say I'm another hominid, but I don't know. It's like, it's almost like the stories that are told all over the world are more accurate than whatever modern interpretation we're trying to give to it. And there's this like earlier generations, and then it's, we emulate that for a while.
Pacific Northwest of the United States, which had the highest concentration ever recorded
Humanity's
by
a
a
cargo
white
cult.
explorer. It's 3,000 in one place. He just missed it. He didn't even know it. Didn't even notice it. And I know a lot of people who live in this region. I live in the Pacific Northwest. I know lots of people up here who aren't aware of this. It's a well-hidden fact right under our own noses. And again, you can understand why the tribe would hide this, but you can't really understand why the historians would. And then when you start to look at the degeneration of knowledge over time, when we lose the island of Hawaii or the island of Niue, other places no longer practiced cranial deformation back in the day according to history now, but history 100 years ago records them as having done so, that's very problematic. I feel like I need to strap on a tinfoil hat, maybe a tinfoil cup, a couple pasties, and, you know, break out the old copy of Polybius and, you know, contact MK Ultra and find out what the hell's going on in my universe. Was there really a freaking cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom undies or not? At any rate, thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you taking the time, and I hope that you learned something here, that this isn't like, you don't have to go out into aliens in order to see where people that are doing mainstream research into this kind of stuff are missing a lot of things. And it can be very easy to get dogmatic and therefore miss something that's right in front of you. Anton himself said, hey, they mistook these skulls for Homo erectus. Think maybe it's possible they were trying to emulate those? And I'm sure Anton's smart enough that he'll be like, well, yeah, okay. But he didn't catch it when he went through it originally, did he? And that's not because he's dumb, it's because of the dogma, because he was looking at it. These people were trying to do aliens? No, they weren't trying to do aliens. But at any rate, I think you get what I'm saying. I'm babbling a bit now. You want to hear me babble a whole lot more? Get your ass to Sedona, Arizona. I'll be there May 1st through 3rd. Even better than that, there's going to be a pinned comment down below that'll tell you how to get tickets through me. And the tickets that are through me are going to be at a slight discount, and you're going to be sitting in the VIP section with my happy ass, Randall Carlson, and a few other cool kids, all right? BYOBBB. And tinfoil pasties. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to go tell that
The launch pad. There we go.
3, 2,
Big water.
1.
We're at T-minus 3 seconds.
Homo sapien Napoleons.
Skyno, provide first motion time. First motion time, 11:25:01.
And New Glenn has cleared the tower.
Hello, everyone. This is the Angry Astronaut, and today we're talking about the launch that had space fans cheering and groaning at the same time. April 19th, 2026, Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket flight number 3 lifted off from Cape Canaveral's LC-36 pad at 7:25 a.m. Eastern. This wasn't just another test flight. This was the mission that carried AST Space Mobile's Bluebird 7 satellite, a beast of a spacecraft built to be...
You're saying they're all just, like, coincidentally, they're all like have this one mutation? I don't know about that, dude.
Beam high-speed internet straight to your regular smartphone from orbit. The rocket looks spectacular climbing into the sky on 7 BE-4 engines, the most powerful Methalox engines flying on operational missions today. But what everyone was really watching for was that first stage booster, because this time it wasn't a brand new one. This was a reused booster, the same core that flew NG-2 back in November, nicknamed Never Tell Me the Odds. And folks, it delivered. But unfortunately, that wasn't the whole story. All of this and more coming at you on The Angry Astronaut right now. Good afternoon, spaceflight enthusiasts, and welcome to this important angry bulletin regarding the latest New Glenn launch. This was a big moment of truth for Blue Origin because they were making a real gutsy move by reusing their booster from the second launch for the third launch, which is something that SpaceX never attempted to do, especially with a paying customer. However, at least for the first few minutes of the mission, the whole thing appeared to be a spectacular success. Everything was going so incredibly well.
It's like where they appear. You know, that's the other pattern about it. It's like they're in clump, like where there's some of them that are fucking weird like that, and then others that are, you know, successive generations of emulation. Look at that Brian Forrester guy's videos. He goes really deep into it. He's got
until it wasn't. And so we're going to cover all the details that we know, at least at this moment.
They have them sitting out in museums still,
launch,
too.
Everything that happened with
or
this.
Actually, I think they put one of them away recently, actually. But I've seen them document it like in the last 2 years, right? I've seen them on display.
Used booster, how well did it perform, everything that happened with the booster landing, and then what happened with the payload. The payload, of course, being the one thing that didn't go very well for Blue Origin, and it's not because the payload malfunctioned, it apparently is because the second stage malfunctioned, and that could have a wide variety of consequences for Blue Origin as time goes on. So let's give credit where credit is due. Blue Origin just pulled off something historic. On only their third New Glenn flight ever, they reused a first stage booster, the largest reusable booster that's ever been used on an operational mission, and stuck the landing on a drone ship in the Atlantic. Think about that for a moment. SpaceX needed 9 Falcon 9 flights before they nailed the first reuse and landing. Blue Origin did it on Flight 3. That booster is a monster, 23 stories tall when standing alone, powered by 7 BE-4 engines, and designed to fly up to 25 times.
The other interesting one was
screaming back through the.
There's one where there's like a child whose head is already like that. What? No. Successful mutation, it would naturally appear in one area. No, that's what I'm saying. They're everywhere. Like where you see the deformed skulls, some of them are like that. You know, like it's
the atmosphere, and it touched down perfectly.
And you see, like I said, there's like somewhere you see children, you know. They're not. It's not a mutation. That's I'll say it like that.
On the Jacqueline drone ship, like it had been doing it for years.
There's too many of them to be
that,
a random
if you consider that
mutation.
there have been 4 Vulcan Centaur launches with 2 BE-4 engines each as well. That's 29
the fucking thing is not there.
engines that have flown, and none of them have failed thus far. This is a massive engineering win. Reusability is the future. It's how we drive launch costs down and flight rates up. Jeff Bezos and the Blue Origin team just proved they can catch lightning in a bottle twice with the same hardware. The booster will be prepped for Flight 4 soon, and that's real progress. Every space enthusiast should be applauding right now. But even though the first stage performed flawlessly and the second stage appeared to light and put the payload into an optimal trajectory, at least to begin with, there were problems on the horizon. All right, so that's the good news for Blue Origin. Now we need to talk about a little bit of the bad news, the incredibly valuable cargo that they were carrying, and whether or not this cargo is going to be able to adjust for the mistake that was made. Well, not really a mistake, but rather a failure on the part of the second stage in delivering it to the proper orbit. So let's talk about what was riding on top of that success, Bluebird 7. This is the second Block 2 satellite in AST Space Mobile's constellation. These things are utterly enormous. Once fully deployed, the phased array antenna stretches across nearly 2,400 square feet. That's bigger than a tennis court and triple the size of the Bluebird 1 through 5 satellites that were small enough to be deployed by Falcon 9 rockets, but this one has to...
Yeah, but okay, so all over the world, the ruling class just formed their children's skulls in this same way. Why do you think that is? You know, what gave them the idea all over the world that their skulls should be pointy like that? Finally produced those BE4s, huh? Enough of them to pimp to the grace. That's actually plausible. Wait.
To be deployed by a bigger rocket like New Glenn. It's one of the largest commercial communications.
So you agree with Andon then, that all over the world, you know, China or Peru or North America, Europe, Egypt, they all decided that it would be really cool if we had deformed, if we fucking stapled these boards to our children's heads to make them pointier. No, you know, I don't think so. 29 have flown without failure. 29 engines. They're big though, right? They're like space shuttle engines.
Arrays ever flown, and the whole satellite weighs about 6.1 metric tons, each one costing between $21 and $23 million. Why so big and so expensive?
About 1,000 years earlier than I
AST
expected
Space
these to be
Mobile
ready.
isn't building another Starlink clone. Their goal is direct to cell phone broadband. No special hardware, no dish on your roof, just your regular smartphone
cool.
getting 4G to 5G speed straight from space. Bluebird 7 was supposed to help kick off commercial service later this year and expand coverage for voice, data, and video to millions of people who currently have zero connectivity. AST has already launched earlier satellites, but these Block 2 birds are the real heavy hitters. 3 times the size, as I said before, and up to 10 times more capable than the first ones. This was a big, costly, high-stakes payload for Blue Origin's third flight, and here's where the celebration hits a brick wall. About 2 hours after launch, Blue Origin confirmed payload separation happened, and Bluebird 7 powered on and phoned home, but was placed into an off-nominal orbit. The second stage didn't deliver the precise insertion that AST Space Mobile needed, possibly because the second stage failed to relight properly, which is something that's been happening to a lot of second stages on new rockets lately. This is a huge letdown. That $22 million satellite is now in the wrong orbit, and while it's safe...
No, wait. Yeah, but that's one instance of the thing happening. First of all, it's not really the same thing, but even if I say that is the same thing, okay, but that's all, you know. The chattel slavery, like, they functioned on the same market. So it was like, it's not like they were independently devising these practices. You know, the practice arose and then other people followed it after contact with each other. It wasn't like independently determined all over the world. But it's like, it's also not even, it's like, oh, I was the first guy who ever came up with the idea of, like, you know, capturing my enemies and putting them to work for me. You know, like, that doesn't, you know, that would be the equivalent, right? Not modern chattel slavery. Like, that's, you know, that would be like, you know, putting a fucking computer chip in your brain.
For now, its operational life and coverage capability could be seriously compromised. AST Space Mobile worked for years to get this bird ready. Their whole constellation plan depends on these big birds being exactly where they need to be. Blue Origin is assessing the situation, and we're all hoping for good news, but right now, it's a bitter pill after that perfect booster landing. There is, however, a sliver of hope, but not much of a sliver,
Can't they just,
to be
like, bump
honest.
it with their next
Bluebird
delivery?
7 has Hall effect thrusters, electric ion engines using xenon propellant. These things are incredibly efficient for station keeping and gentle orbital adjustments. But here's the cold reality. The entire satellite carries only 20 kilograms of xenon propellant. That gives this 6.1 metric ton beast a lifetime Delta V budget of roughly 45 to 52 meters per second, not kilometers, meters. That Delta V has to cover everything. Initial corrections, 7 years of fighting drag on this giant 2,400 square foot array, and eventual deorbit. The thrusters themselves put out just millinewtons of thrust, and so we're talking acceleration that's so tiny it
how
would
big
take
are they
days
really?
or weeks of continuous firing to make even modest changes. And here's the killer. If the perigee is too low, atmospheric drag on that massive antenna can actually exceed the thrust that the Hall engines can produce. The satellite starts sinking faster than it can climb. Early unofficial tracking chatter has some analysts whispering perigee numbers as low as 160 kilometers.
Wow.
If that's even close to accurate, 20 kilograms of xenon won't change a damn thing. The bird could burn through most of its propellant just trying to claw upward, leaving it with a massively shortened life. Or it could decay and re-enter before it even reaches a usable orbit. Bottom line, Hall thrusters are fantastic when you're already in the right neighborhood. They are not magic rescue engines for a badly botched
multiple
upper stage
instances
insertion.
all over the
This is
world,
bad
though,
news, folks.
is the thing.
Real bad. And there's an even bigger cloud hanging
So you're
over
saying
this
they
mission.
all had
If
contact?
the second stage
So,
malfunctioned
you know.
badly enough to put the payload in the
So you're saying there was a global super civilization at one point that spread these practices around the world. All right. I think that, like, I would lean towards the theory that the stories all over the world are true, that they were visited by some of these Atlanteans or, you know, people from an earlier cycle of civilization, right? Like, there was a calamity 12,000 years ago. Some, you know, ruling class MFs survived this and later went on to, like, spread civilization to the, you know, the cavemen. You know, thousands of years later, the remnants of humanity, they built these big temples and showed them some basics, got them back on their feet, and the rest is history, you know, namely our history. Like, that's the story that people all over the world tell. And they all largely, frequently invent writing in order to tell that story. You know? Also why the skulls in South America have the DNA from the Black Sea. You know? Like, Anton admitted it too, right? He said it. Like, there must have been a prior contact. At least. Like, that would be the minimum. Like, the Occam's razor explanation is that, yeah, there was a prior civilization who spread these practices along those coastal routes. Right? Because you see where it appears, it's all along the coast and along the equator. That's where they do this practice. You know? I think cargo cult's a good explanation. Just like the story that they tell is actually accurate. You know, we are the ones who said it's actually just mythology. Like, the people who told us that story, they seem to believe it 100%.
Wrong orbit. What's the status of the upper stage now? New Glenn's second stage is a huge piece of hardware. 2 BE3U hydrogen engines, propellant tanks, the works. Normally, it would perform a controlled deorbit burn and burn up safely over the ocean. But if it's not responding properly, we could be looking at a massive piece of uncontrolled space debris circling Earth, or worse, an uncontrolled re-entry somewhere down the line. Picture a several-ton artificial meteor coming in hot and unpredictable. Not as big as Starship, but at the same time, Starship burned up over a controlled area, an area that was supposed to be safe. This will be very uncontrolled, and that's not something we want floating around up there. Blue Origin needs to be transparent about the second stage's health right now. Space traffic management is no joke, but I have a feeling we're going to be hearing something soon.
Yeah.
So all this having been said, there's one more thing that needs to be
did they
discussed.
fix the engine?
Artemis. Yeah. Everything is about Artemis these days because going back to the moon is pretty damn important. And a lot of people are advocating that reusable rockets replace the extremely expensive and expendable SLS rocket that just delivered Orion to a perfect TLI insertion, trans-lunar injection. In other words, it put Orion into such a perfect position that Orion didn't even have to burn its engines to make an orbital compensation, as most spacecraft need to do when they're on their way to the moon. And what happened with New Glenn today, of course, is radically different. So look, I am a huge fan of reusable rockets. Starship, New Glenn, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, they're the path forward for cheap, frequent access to space. But let's be brutally honest. Before we retire proven, ultra-reliable systems like NASA's SLS, these new vehicles have to earn that trust. Just days ago, SLS performed a textbook trans-lunar injection burn on Artemis II. Orion's trajectory was so precise that the crew spacecraft actually canceled a planned orbital correction burn. Bullseye. Dead on. And by the way, if you want to learn more about that, I had an interview with L3 Harris at Space Symposium that 95% of you have not watched. I'll have it linked at the end of this video, and I encourage you to check it out because it's got an interview with Sierra Space there too. All that having been said, that's a level of excellence that what gets humans safely to the moon and beyond. New Glenn's booster landing today was awesome, no question, but the upper stage issue that stranded a $22 million satellite shows that we're not there yet. And Starship obviously has its own growing pains. Until these reusable heavy lift rockets can match SLS's precision and reliability on every critical burn, ascent, insertion, and beyond, it would be insanely reckless to walk away from SLS. We need both paths, the revolutionary reusables and the rock-solid expendable backup, until the new kids prove that they're ready for prime time. What do you think, crew? Was today a...
I mean, now that they've already spent decades and billions of dollars developing it, sure, might as well keep it. But, like, It was insane that we kept with it throughout all those successive administrations. This sunk cost fallacy in action. I do want to watch this, but I'm tired. Surge.
At no point were you like, this could be some like, you know, anti-gravity secret program that, you know, I just wasn't cleared to.
No.
Okay.
I mean, initially when I first saw it, I went, "Oh, that's what this whole thing's about." You know, it's just our new fighter, and it looks like a flying saucer. So that's why people believe in flying saucers, because they see these new fighters flying around, and you know. But yeah, it became quickly obvious that that wasn't the case. Like, we have no idea how the thing works. It does stuff that's physically impossible. And there's no country in the world could make something like that, or have the power density that it has. It's inconceivable. So, to affect space and time. Look, if another country was able to build something like that, the United States wouldn't exist. You know,
to anybody who's a detractor, who could think maybe this was a U.S. object, something man-made, or something that they put there as a prop. Some people would say, do you think they were trying to deceive Lazar or other people and all that? Because I built it, there's one physical aspect of it that is impossible to build, period. 100% not possible. It's as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level
witness protection after a testimony
in the center of the disc, and there is nothing
that's plausible. And like I said, basically
witnessed
every
on the bottom level when he peaked,
not every, but many explanations are still on the table.
53 foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
Hey, you know, that's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting.
What did you say?
And there is nothing 100% not possible. It's as far as if we have to consider it being a 52, almost 53 foot diameter craft, the main level, which is the level that Bob was able to access and at one point stand up in the middle of, that main level is in the center of the disc, and there is nothing that was visually witnessed on the bottom level when he peaked that is a supporting column holding that 53 foot diameter floor. We have nothing on Earth. There is no material.
Hey, you know, that's the first I've ever heard of that angle. That's really interesting. That's
well, it's
right.
because I built it. So
I think you know more about the craft at this point.
Because of the thickness of the floor that we could see, because of the lip of the access way, we could see the thickness of the floor. Also, where the honeycomb hatchway is, you could see the thickness of the floor. That thickness,
52 feet diameter.
Right. There is nothing
with
on
no
Earth
central support
that would not be doing boring like this and potentially collapse. There's nothing. We have nothing.
That's a completely unique structural anomaly.
Yeah.
Good job, Luigi. Yeah. Yeah. No, I never even entertained that.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, that's great, but that's 100% true.
Yeah. There's nothing that can do that.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. What is the color of the craft itself?
It's kind of a pewter stainless looking, but Luigi and I were talking about this the other day. It looks different close up than it does far away.
describe how so?
I wish I could. I've tried to describe this a lot. And what's interesting is that my friend Gene Huff, who was my kind of confidant at the time, and I'd tell him about this stuff, and I said, one of the weirdest things is if you're close to it, it looks like the craft, and when you get far away, it doesn't look right. It looks more like a cartoon. And so Luigi's spending 2.5 or 3 years modeling this and getting it in, and sure as hell, whatever they did, Luigi will probably best tell you about that. When they take the camera and they put it in the hangar and look at it close up, it looks like it should. And if they back it off, it doesn't look the same. It looks, so they were able to, whether intentionally or accidentally, kind of duplicate it. I mean, they've got the model so close that it's taken on some of the characteristics of the actual craft.
And there's a part of the craft
like
that you
a 3D
describe as
model
blacker
of
than
it?
black. Is that right?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. What they call the portholes around the top,
Sure.
which I do not believe are portholes. What I think, there's a black ring that goes around the top part of the craft, and we call that the insulator ring. Above that, I have no idea what's in that top section, but that's where these small square / rectangular holes are around. They are assumed to be like some sort of planar array where there is something similar to a computer in the top section, and those arrays determine whether it's looking at starlight or whatever. It determines its place in space. But they don't look black. They look so black. And it's not just Vanta black at all. They almost look like bottomless pits in there. But I know they're solid. I mean, Barry told me they're solid. I guess I don't know. Barry claimed they're solid, so to be technical, I don't know for a fact. I mean, but I still think there's some kind of sensors, but that is some unusual material. And when you go in there and look at the craft, it's a real ominous, creepy feeling. And a lot of it is because of the black. Just it doesn't look right.
Did anybody else say that going into the craft gave them an ominous feeling?
Yeah, he did say it was definitely unnerving, I think was his word, looking at those.
And just being in the craft generally, was that like a kind of ubiquitously known thing at S4? Like you walk into that thing?
Didn't hear that from anybody, but it certainly was for me.
Interesting.
Yeah, because the first thing you think, boy, that must have been so exciting. And yeah, from an outsider, it might be. But no, when you're really there, it wasn't exciting. It was really frightening.
And you walked around what looked like the cockpit of this thing?
First of all, you can't just walk in. It's much smaller and narrower than you think. You have to crawl in, and you really can't stand up until you're almost right in the center. So it doesn't have it's really all unusable space. Even if you're a small creature, there's a lot of unusable space in there. And, because everything seemed to have a critical function to it. I'm sure there was nothing for decoration. There's a reason to have all that space, and the reason the craft is shaped like that. But there were 3 things that look like seats. We called them seats. Other humps, large rectangular smooth objects in there. There were 3 of those. We know those to be the amplifiers. They work with the reactor. It amplifies the gravity wave, and it's channeled to the emitter, which is right under the amplifiers. Again, we just called the seats because they look like seats. I think it would be funny if it turned out that they were not seats at all. Yet another component we just knew nothing about.
Bob always found it to be really weird that when the waveguide is applied right on top of the reactor, these 2 guys, they're looking out. There's one of the archways that become transparent, so he believes that maybe that is where they're looking. But this guy here is staring at a pipe.
Oh, the archway becoming transparent is so they can see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so interesting. I never made that connection.
Yeah, they're looking at it.
Oh.
And there's a screen, like the blue screen with the symbol.
With the
right?
Korean language, yeah.
And then I've always thought, and I thought maybe they all become transparent. Maybe the whole arch, all the archways can become transparent. Why would it only be one? Because it's so dark in there.
Fascinating. And you saw a translucent, almost Korean-looking symbols. Is that right?
Yeah, I saw the wall become translucent, and at some point saw some kind of what I would call symbols, but not on in a three-dimensional way, not on a flat screen or anything like that.
Yeah, explain how you saw it, because you were explaining it to me yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was a screen. It was just like it was a three-dimensional character sitting
almost
in
like
there.
a projection, you said.
Yeah,
He was explaining it to me yesterday because he explained it actually better yesterday than before I produced it.
Yeah.
And you were saying it looked almost like a projection on that area.
It wasn't a projection or it was on something. It was just a three-dimensional thing in the air.
Describe the day that you saw this thing fly.
It was already out. Barry and I were in the lab, and then Dennis came in and he said, "Hey, why don't you guys come? We're doing a test flight." So, this is great. So we go out through the lab door right into the hangar. It was already outside, sitting on the ground. And shortly after we got out there, I did notice there was a radio, and I mentioned this in Luigi's movie, a VHF radio, and they're in communication. So it made me almost positive that there was somebody in the craft.
Yep.
I don't know where they'd be sitting or why they're even in the craft, because it's, like I said, it's so uncomfortable and usable space. They'd have to be hunched up or trying to sit on the edge of one of those seats. So that put aside.
So you think they put a person in there because
I think so, because they were communicating back and forth.
Did you hear a voice?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you heard a voice coming from the craft?
No, from the radio.
From the radio,
Yeah,
from the VHF radio.
Yeah.
But presumably coming from the craft.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was monitoring. I mean, they must have had some other instrumentation set up in the crafts, because he was monitoring something.
Do you remember what the voice? Was it just
not a thing?
But it was something.
Because I was more stuck on the fact that how is a radio way of getting into the craft? This doesn't even make any sense.
VHF being very high frequency?
Yeah. I mean, it should be distorted by the gravity wave going around it. Anyway, shortly after, the craft began to lift off the ground silently, had a little corona discharge glow on the bottom, and lifted off and drifted up into the sky and kind of moved around. During that test flight, Dennis motioned for me to come out and look up at it, and then he told me to walk forward, and the craft was just sitting there stationary, and I walked out underneath it, and he motioned for me to look up. I looked up, and I couldn't see the craft. So I thought it flew away, and then he said, come back, and I walked back, and as I walked back, it caught my attention. I see the edge of the craft. So if you move, you can see it, and if you walk underneath it, you can't. So you can clearly see it's bending the light. You can see the sky above the craft, so you can see that it's in its little envelope. And then it kind of slid over to the left and right, and then sat back down.
Is what you saw, did it look like what we talk about when we talk about UFO videos? And what we, it's like, look at the, Nimitz, 2004 FLIR video, or even some of the, maybe better example, some of the optical videos, which are often grainy and fuzzy. And maybe that's due to gravitational lensing or some sort of space-time perturbation due to these effects that you're talking about. But when you're seeing this craft fly, are you thinking, this is the UFO stuff that's like in the lore?
Yeah.
You are?
Wow. Yeah, for sure. Just because of the way that it can move, it can just negate. I mean, it's. I really don't know how to describe it. I mean, things like inertia really don't matter to it. It gets away with murder when it comes to flying.
Did you ever think we are being tasked to figure out this reactor? Even the shape of the craft is sort of really confusing to us. How the hell do they know how to fly this thing?
Yeah.
That goes through your head, like you're like,
I mean, like I said, clearly they've had a lot of time with this craft already. It could have been decades, for all I know. So they're familiar with it. So, I mean, they knew the emitters have to be rotated, to couple to the reactor. I mean, they knew how to fly it. So that these guys were somewhat proficient with it.
But it would be your kind of base case assumption that now we have functional, what you might call alien reproduction vehicles or UFOs that humans can fly. If in 1987, 88, you had stuff that was, we could at least test and you could go under them and stuff, then you would think that now we've probably made much more progress, I assume, or what do you think?
Drop off a motorcycle.
Yep.
With the keys in it. And, you can look at it and go, wow, that's never seen anything like that before. And look at the plastic fenders on it. And wow, that's unusual material. And, there's the key. And eventually, if you tinker with it long enough, someone's going to turn the key and it's going to start.
Yep.
And they're going to go, okay, we turn it off. And they go, all right, that's on and off. And, eventually, just given time and human ingenuity, they're going to get it. Throttles here, and they'll become proficient at driving it.
Yep.
But when it runs out of fuel, we're done. And when it comes right down to it, they can't even make that plastic fender.
Right.
So, so you can become proficient at using it. And I think that's where we are. We had some knowledge of that, but I think if we had developed that technology, we would have absolutely already seen it. We wouldn't be wasting 1 minute building a conventional fighter or other. Why?
Yep.
Why would you? And they say, oh, well, it's secret. Yeah, so jet engines were secret when we first came out with them, and we built a whole fleet. We'd absolutely divert every resource we had to duplicating these things.
Do you guys think there's any chance that the craft is flown with somebody's mind, some sort of mental
It could very well be.
Yeah.
Because there was obviously no physical controls to it.
Right.
Be cool. Subscribe. Shit. Don't be like Representative Bird shit. Be like Representative Cool Guy. When we get one, I'll let you know who that is. In the meantime, you go ahead and subscribe so you stay close. So when we figure out the next phase, you'll be right here. Small actress, Mandy, Indiana is the name of this band. That's pretty sick. Yeah, I fuck with this. It's got a hot girl singer. Wait a minute, they're from Manchester and Berlin, but they're named Mandy, Indiana? And they're on Sacred Bones? Why are they named Mandy, Indiana? Fucking nerds. Avoid knife dementors. Fuck, I got so many threats. against my non-subscribers. Damn. I feel like maybe that's why we kind of stalled. Too many of the non-subscribers have been eliminated. This is a banger too, dude. If you put on that Kim Gordon album and then you say, you know, shuffle like this, it plays some good shit. Never heard of these guys either. Dry cleaning. These names are terrible. This shit's pretty good though. Are they also from the UK? I bet you they are. Yeah, they look British as fuck. London, Melbourne, Sydney, Brooklyn, New York City. Yeah, that could go either way. Whatever. Alright, have fun. Tell your mom, you know the drill.